Live. We are live.
Hello and welcome to Plat Chat episode 231. And now, for any of the live viewers, we're late because I'm an idiot. And honestly, that won't surprise people, will it? That will not surprise people. But we're also joined here by Sliggy and Chobra, but we're bored of them by this point, aren't we? We're bored of them by this point. But we're also joined by Alan, who's from the Chinese broadcast. You've been working in Chinese esports like Overwatch and stuff for a long time. I know that you've been kind of like a very good connection for us in terms of like getting information on both sides of what's going on, because sometimes it can be difficult. Across all regions, right? We sometimes struggle with like Brazil, for example, because a lot of their content is in Portuguese. So thank you very much for coming and joining us, and we're going to talk more about the VCT CN.
Yeah, of course. I hope so. That I do hope that I could be, letting you guys know more about VCT China or something like that. And I'm always more than happy to share anything with you. Yeah,
I love that.
The place that I wanted to start though is holy. Don't want to get us demonetized. Holy crikey. The show in China, it was insane for the grand finals. If people have only watched a bit of VCT in China, they will know that the production is normally big. Like, you guys have a really big like normal group stage studio, but this was like, it feels strange because this is like a champs before champs. It's wild.
Yeah, of course. It is exactly what I feel. It feels to me that TJ Sports, which is basically the host of all the VCT China's events and mostly about official ones, basically they are pushing the limits. They're trying to say if they can trying to make an IELTS final, which is this one in Chongqing, to a limit to see if they can push it to the standard of the champions. You can see a lot of the settings are just basically the same as what you can see in an international event like Masters Toronto, like champions. Like you can see players get interviewed with crowd behind them. You can see that when we have post-match interview, it is all crowds around them. So it is very different from what they are trying to do before. And it feels to me that they are trying to get a little bit taste of what they want to do for 2026, because 2026 champions will happen in Shanghai, in China, and they want to test what they can do to the best, to the limit. Yeah,
dude, that's exciting for me because all of this was sick, dude. I was looking at all the drone stuff, like all the drone stuff they were doing looked so amazing. Cool, man. I was just like, my goodness.
Yeah, it still amazed me because when I was a child, I was watching fireworks, and now we are watching like drone shows, like what the hell? Yeah, and I think it's like they tried a lot of different things. You have like local musicians who is coming to the stage using dialects to say hello to the audience. You have like comedians who is really popular in China and coming to the stage to do a show match. You have like you have this live show of theme song for VCT China only, and a lot of the things they are trying to do is just trying to, I think it's a wholesale thing. It's not a single match. It's not only we have 6 or 8 match in Chongqing. It's a wholesale deal. You can see the entire event is happening not only in this venue, but also in other places in Chongqing, and the whole city is really like on fire. So I think they are doing really good. I think when we're talking about production, when we're talking about like how to do localization things, TJ Sport is doing really good.
Yeah, dude, that's nuts. They had local comedians turning up to the show match.
Yeah, there's a Chinese comedian which is really popular right now, which is his name is Fu Hang, and he's showing up during all this event and including on the final day, and he played the Val mobile show match. Yeah, so you can see they are trying to get a grip on every like popular culture that could have on the teenagers, on the young guys, and whatever. Maybe it is about the comedian, maybe it is about the comedian himself. Maybe it is about this pop culture. Maybe it is about rap. All the things they are trying to get a grip on and making sure that you are just like treated well. If you are audience of VCT China, you are treated well. Like you can get the best experience if you go to the event.
Yeah, I mean it looks sick. It actually looks incredible. The other question I wanted to ask actually is like you've been involved in the Overwatch scene. I'm sure you're aware of like other esports popularity and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Of course.
How does Valorant compare within China? It's kind of tough for us when it's like if League is in China, it looks like a packed house as well. If when Overwatch was in China, they were filling out huge stadiums too. So I find it difficult to get a sense of scale with these kind of things. Of like, is one game more popular in the zeitgeist than the other? Obviously, there's like a time difference here. Overwatch League was years ago, but what is the pulse of Valorant within China more like generally outside of just the little bubble of the event that you see?
Yeah, I think if you are looking at how popular that this FPS game is in China now. It is the #1 FPS game in China right now. It is still like I think it's still some kind of lacking or behind, like if we compare it to leagues. But if we compare it to any other FPS title in China, it is already surpassed them by a far range. Like because it is a new game, it attracts new genre of people, and because I think like whatever Tencent and TJ Sports do is really trying to support it well. So basically speaking, I think this is the game that the new generation is playing. And if you go to PC Bounce, I actually go to PC Bounce in Chongqing yesterday or the day before yesterday because I just got back. If you go to PC Bounce right now in China, whatever you go to a PC Bounce in Shanghai or you go to PC Bounce in Chongqing or any other like cities, maybe even cities that is really in the tier 2 or tier 3 cities, you can see a lot of people just playing Valorant. Who you will think that they should play maybe Crossfire, maybe other FPS titles, but not the Switched, because this game is newer. This game is fresher, and you have friends who is playing it, and I think that is the most important thing. Because yes, always we want to compare if this game is the #1 game in China, but more importantly, you compare it to other FPS titles, which is I think Valve is really doing good in China. There are always more competitors coming. Like to be honest, I talked to Anna and I talked to Anna a little bit before. Like they kind of really, I shouldn't say worrying, but they do care a lot more about like titles like Delta Force and other titles, because these titles are also popping up in China right now. Right. But generally speaking, if you want to find a title that is good with good esports ecosystem and the core play of it itself is also very good, I think Valorant is a game that you need to. It is a go-to game. Yeah.
Did you two, Sliggy Chopper, did you see the mobile show match?
I only caught like clips of it. I didn't get to like watch it live.
I went back and watched some. God, it's good entertainment, man.
Oh, really?
It's good entertainment.
It's very entertaining.
Yeah, it's very
like if you come at it from the perspective of like because it's hard to get out the headspace of I'm watching pro Valorant and expecting it to be like mouse and keyboard level, and then if you forget that you're watching on a mobile, like it's impressive that these people are doing it on mobile. Yes. But if you forget for a moment and you expect them to be playing like mouse and keyboard, God, it's comedy as well. It's such comedy.
Yeah, I think it's so different. It is a good thing for like especially for show match, because for show match you don't want it to be very serious. It is just a teaser for the incoming grand final. And yes, I think it is very good when you want to have something like you want to have some KOLs, you want to have some influencers, maybe people who is not really that into this title. I think maybe it is even better for show match when you come to mobile. So yes, I think it is very entertaining, and the entire game is designed to become shorter and to make you feel like less tilted, somewhat, something like that. Yeah, because everyone play Val is very easily tilted, but when you play mobile, because it is way shorter than normal Val game on PC, so you will feel less this kind of depression feeling. So yes, I think this game is designed to, to entertain, to treat more with the new guys, especially those who spend more time on phones instead of PC.
I mean, yeah, it is the future of gaming. As much as I don't want to admit it, 'cause I really like the PC gaming and like the skill aspect of that, but
Yeah.
the
play any
mobile
games on your
gaming
phone
is
at all, Sliggy?
Nah, man. No. I
You're
played.
You're not a phone gamer at all.
I played Candy Crush for about 10 minutes, like 10 years ago, something like that. That was about it, mate.
Download yourself Uma Musume. I'm telling you.
Dude, my bacon keeps on trying to make me play this. It's not happening, dude. It's not happening. I'm just not a mobile gamer. It just doesn't. I just don't like
That's because
it, man.
you never go outside your house, though, as well, man. Like,
Yeah, that's
when
true.
you're on the move, yeah.
I've ended up, yeah, exactly. Like, I've ended up playing quite a bit of mobile games just because I'm on a flight or like I'm on a bus or something, and I'm, I've got my phone with me, so why not?
Yeah. Honestly, if I left my house more, I think I could understand it.
Yeah.
For the average person, probably pretty good.
For the average person who isn't trapped inside their home.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about some of the pro Valorant that was going on though in the grand finals. Well, not just the grand finals, but across the whole of the China playoffs. BilliBilli walk away with the win. And I mean, just as a broad stage recap, we did know the 4 teams in China about 2/3 of the way through the playoffs, something like that.
Yeah.
We knew which 4 teams were going to be able to go after AG and Tai Lu ended up getting eliminated. And then it's just the order of them. I think most people will be familiar because they've all been to an event at least before, not with the full rosters, but
Yeah.
you got BilliBilli, you got Dragon Ranger Gaming, DRG, who are in Shanghai. You got EDG, obviously people know those, and XLG as well. Here's my question off the rip to challenge Sliggy's positivity. China almost always does something. It's maybe it's like a bit of a coin flip if China ends up making a top 3 over the last 5 events, something like that. I think they've done it 3 times.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So it's pretty decent. It's better than 50-50 that they're going to make a podium finish, which is nuts compared to the way that we tend to think about it being a newer region, maybe a weaker region, something like that. So Sliggy, what kind of damage are they going to do in China?
Okay.
Sorry, what kind of damage are they going to do in Paris?
In Paris. Okay, I would like to first say that I was watching the playoffs. I watched Gilai against All Gamers. I watched Tai Lu against BilliBilli. And then after watching that, it had done so much damage to me mentally that I was just like, I'm not watching the rest of this playoffs. I'll catch up on VODs or something. I went into every single map, and every single map I could tell within the first 2 rounds who was going to win it. There was such a, especially the G-Lai All Gamers game. All Gamers looked so lost on Ascent within the first 2 rounds. Then G-Lai looked lost on Icebox on the first round, and then it came to Lotus, and All Gamers looked lost as well. And I was just like, oh man, it's gonna be one of these things where it's just if you know the maps, you know who's gonna win. Then I kind of looked at the VODs today, and I probably should have stuck with it because at least DRG and BilliBilli seem to have pretty decent map pools. So they're the kind of ones that are making me feel the most confident. If I had to go for one team, it's got to be BilliBilli. I don't think the other 3, with how they're playing, is going to have too much success, to be honest. Maybe EDG, because they started to lean on Kang, Yoru.
Yeah,
and I think if that keeps on improving, and it's improved, then I think that it will, they could maybe do it.
All right. I just wanted to get a sample of whether you're positive or negative. It's rare that we get a Sliggy.
I was so negative.
I don't think I've ever heard Sliggy have to say the word so much, trying to figure out what to say next.
Dude. Because it was such a long day the first day as well. So I was like, right, let's start off with China, make myself feel good about this. We just had just 6 maps, and I was like, I know who's won after the first round. So I was like, this is so. I just didn't want to watch him. And then I was like, well.
Right. Let's start with BilliBilli though. Let's start with the team that ended up winning the entire thing. This team has looked I would say they have looked like the best team in China for the whole of this stage, I think, since the patch change. But they are a wild team. Like, they're a scrappy team. I think they're a fun team to watch, man.
They're definitely
I
a fun
love that.
team.
I love that. I think for me, and I would actually love to hear Alan's opinion on this, because I used to like BilliBilli like way back in the day, right? When people were just finding out about them, and then they go, they take down NRG and it's exciting, and Wisey's flying around with the judge, and everyone buys into that. And then the past year and a half, they spent so much time on trying to like learn standard Valorant, if that makes sense, right? Like meta and defaults, that they got boring, but they weren't the best at it either. They got boring, but they weren't the best at being boring. So they weren't G2. So then I kind of lost faith. And then this stage, I feel like they had a nice mix of that. Like sometimes they were getting, wild and aggressive, and then they still understood the maps. And I want to know if the kind of Chinese fans or the Chinese casters feel the same way about BilliBilli this stage too, because I loved seeing that kind of come back for BLG.
Yeah, I do think that they changed that very much. If you compare this version of BLG to like 2023, like Champions BLG, it is very different. Like, I think basically speaking, two factors, actually two people that are most like, who should be like credit for this thing. The first is Bale. I think Bale is a great coach. Like, he really changed this team. He's trying to make this team like, just like you said, no basic Valorant. Like, you know what to play, you know what you should play. But at the same time, it really didn't like cut all the ropes. It didn't really like everyone just have to play as a textbook. No, he still have let the room be in there. So I think Bale is doing a very good job throughout the years. Like after he came in, I think BLG changed into a very different machine. And another people that need to be credited on is NAV, who is, I think, arguably the best IGL in China right now, because NAV is really doing a great job into controlling this team. This team, to be honest, the core of this team didn't change. It is YZ. It is YZ and K-Knight. And there are other new guys coming in, Lucia and Evlius coming in, who is really like sometimes could be really like powerful, and sometimes they would just destroy themselves. But you need very good IGL to control all these things and combine them together. And I think NAF is doing a really good job, because I can see that NAF is the I would say like 80% of his time is really calm, really organized, and they really know what is really going on. And at the same time, he's really fragging well, and he's arguably the best KO and one of the best initiators in China right now. And if you combine all these things together, and he can speak Chinese and English at the same time, and it is very valuable. It is rare, like you could have this person in a team. So yeah, I think these two guys, IGLs and coach, they are really doing a great job into improving BLG from just a fragging team, just revolving around YZ, to a team that really could do something big. I think like they change a lot. They become a more mature team, and that's why they can win this grand final, because their Corrode has never been played like before the grand final, and they have forced to be played on this map, but they win this map, they win the whole thing. It is very simple at that.
Yeah.
During the grand final, you can see it is very classic, like an experienced team, a mature team, versus a team that is still don't know how far they can go and how deep they can go, and then it is 3-1. Yeah, I think basically that's the difference between BLG and DRG.
I think you touched on a really good point, which is that I think the IGLing is the best from what I can see in the moment in terms of China. I look at their Ascent. I think they have the most proactive defense. Like every time they'll lose someone, they're very proactive over towards middle or over towards A main, like to fight a lot. And then, Kurt, you should go to Corrode on the final. Just play round 22, because I was watching this team and I was like, they remind me a little bit of like Navi. Like as soon as they have an ult, they'll do a set strat with it. But some of the set strats they're doing are crazy. This one on Corrode was awesome. They have like Omen ult. It's a low buy. They got Omen ult and they got Viper Pit. And they Omen ult deep deep over towards B, so that the rotator or like the person on B has to go find the Omen, and then they run into the site with the Viper ult, and they have two Buckies and a Judge. Like you look at the buy and you're like, what on earth are they trying to do here? But, like the plans are decent, like the plans are good, and I think when I watch them, and I worry a bit for just the general macro of this region, especially on certain maps like Lotus. I think that only a few teams have Lotus down. But I watch BilliBilli, and I feel like they have like the best overall macro understanding of like the whole maps. But dude, this round, like look at this round on attack, Bucky, Judge. It's so crazy. Omen ulted the back, draws the person over towards B away. They go into B itself, and it's just a whole plan of if they can get the first kill, then we're going to get the ult down again. The ult is pretty safe. You do it from B main, and then so he can tuck there, and everyone else can go in and protect the Spank. It's a sick round. They got good ideas, and even just like basic ideas. They do like comms all on ascent, on defense, and stuff like that. They're very. It reminds me of Navi. It really does just remind me of Navi. Just like we have this ult, let's just keep it simple. We don't have to do anything too flashy. We use this ult, we do this, and it's just like a bunch of either set or maybe on the fly. Like this one, I imagine is more on the fly, but it's cool to watch. Like they're coming up with new stuff, and to think that this is a map that they've been banning.
Yeah, that they were playing for the first
Yeah,
time.
they're perma banning.
That's crazy. So that makes you think that this is like him on the fly, just kind of coming up with that stuff, and that's cool. Or like maybe the coach just thought like if we can try and do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it works on a lot of light buy rounds as well, because like you say you've got a stinger or something like that, you're still going to be able to pull off a strat like that. So,
Yeah.
The Lotus point you bring up though is a good one, because I think that is the map where I see the change in identity for this team maybe the most, because they've been leaning into a lot of it, they've been winning a lot of it, and they've also been playing what I would consider to be like a very standard composition. Whereas before, the identity of BilliBilli that I thought of was like, I guess not completely out there comps, but like slightly wacky comps, and a very like, I remember watching their bind when they played against NRG. I mean, famously, and they're like gamble stacking a ton and really throwing people off. Whereas I feel like this version of the team is playing a lot more. A lot less to gamble the wins. Like, I don't think they're an upset team in the sense that they are going to catch people off with weirdness. Whereas I think that they were that before. I think they're more along the lines of like an EDG or like a Wolves, maybe even at Toronto, where they can win on their own merit rather than the merit of just catching other people off. They might still be an upset team in the sense that like we underrate them compared to the people that they beat, but I don't think they're an upset team in the sense that they will just be good for like a couple fluky wins and then disappear. I think they're probably going to have like fairly consistent performances from one match to another, whether or not that's better or worse than their opponents.
Yeah, I think BLG has shown really, at least very consistent performance in the region. Like they entered the grand final for twice, stage 1, stage 2, and if you're looking back into kickoffs, they are the third. They also have the podium. So I think BLG, I wouldn't call this is the era for BLG because this is their first champs. But still, I think BLG have the potential to rule this region if they can continue to repeat their performance and even more to solidify it. Yeah.
Would you agree though that this feels like a new era for China? Because I think overall for the region, I'm not saying that it's BilliBilli's era, but it's not EDG's era anymore. And that's the whole year basically. I mean, I guess at kickoff, right? Kickoff EDG still looked like the best team, but as a year overall, it's been defined more by the rest of the region being able to
catching up.
Yeah, catching up and also benefiting from the fact that EDG are in a bit of a mess right now too. But it definitely, like, this is the first time that non-EDG teams have won. XLG, BilliBilli, like DRG's back up there like they were earlier on. It definitely feels a lot more open. It doesn't feel like a one-team region. Yeah,
it feels like an open era. Like, you have an era when one team just ruled everything, win every events and every tournament, even when odds are seems against them. Like before, when EDG have tough times before. Like we said, oh no, this is the time they will lose an event. This is the time that we will have a new champions coming up in China. But no, they denied it all before. But in 2025, it is obviously. I think stage 1 is kind of a statement that no, you can't rule this region like forever. Like, and stage 2 just confirm it. Just we can see that no, it is everyone is catching up. You used to have an advantage, but now the advantage is basically gone. You're basically the same level with the others, if not even worse than some teams. Like if you compare the current form of BDG, they perform like I think a lot worse than BLG, and some worse maybe than DRG, and maybe they're comparable to XLG. That is what the final results tells us, because I think you can say that you can blame on like some roster shuffle or patch or whatever, but in the end, I think EDG's dominance in China is gone, and I don't expect it to come back. Like suddenly the era of EDG just coming back. We will have EDG win all 3 champions next year for kickoff for this stage 1, stage 2. I don't think it will happen at all. I think other teams catching up, and it will mean that a lot of teams will have the ability to touch the trophy right now.
Yeah, I can get on board with that.
Oh, go on.
I was going to say, also, I feel like even though Wolves don't qualify to champs, just them doing what they did at Toronto just gives so much belief to a lot of these teams as well.
Yeah.
Because especially if you're beating out Wolves, they don't make it. So in theory, they're like not top 4 teams at the end. Like if they did that and they weren't on the same level as you, is how you would view it. Like you really do go into champs believing you can go on like a giant run. And I think normally when I watch these Chinese teams, they normally have like 2 maps where they can take most of the teams, and then they have other maps. But actually with these 4, maybe not so much G-Lai, but maybe once you take Icebox out, they'll be a bit better. I actually think the map pools aren't too bad, so they kind of have more of a just a bigger map pool to actually, I don't know, be harder to veto against. Whereas I look at like Trace in the past, there's always been like a two map kind of team stuff. So that kind of gives me some faith that teams will struggle more in like map veto wise of how to beat them.
Trace also refused to play the maps that they were good at when they turned up to the event, so that's different. Let's move on to talking about Dragon Rage Gaming though, DRG. Now, here's how I want to intro this. There's a famous clip from Plat Chat of us ranking the teams for this year, where I was claiming that DRG was overrated as a mid-F tier team.
Yes.
And now they're the second place team. Oh, it's aged like milk, man. Aged like milk.
Dude, you're really on fire this year.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, you
really
stepped it up this year. It's impressive.
There's a chance that Heretics don't even go to champs as well. And that's,
Yeah.
that would just be the cherry on the cake, wouldn't it? But this...
My God.
This team has made a lot of... AG and Tai Lu were down in the F tier at the beginning of the year, but then they made playoffs towards the end as well, so that's a crazy one.
Yeah.
But I think we were kind of on the money with some of the others. Like, Boom did shit the bed in stage 2. Apex and Fury were really bad. XLG, I was voting to go higher up, I think. So I'm not going to take the blame for them being in the D tier.
We were not on the money with a lot of these. Look, like Liquid is C tier.
Liquid, bro, yeah.
Yeah, we were pretty off with
Shio was
Liquid.
the only one who knew the truth about Liquid. That's.
I mean, I fought for them in B tier, but apparently you overrose. I remember this one. We got 1v3'd. I remember this one well. You 1v3'd us for like 5 teams to go from B to C.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But the DRG one is, I think, particularly interesting because they did make a lot of changes since we did the video, and they were. I remember one of the reasons why I was low on them is because they had so they'd qualified for Shanghai. They hadn't done anything at Shanghai. I mean, the whole region played really poorly at Shanghai.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. Hopefully that doesn't happen again for champs when it's there again. But then DRG in the off season was losing to everybody. And I know it's just off season events, so it doesn't matter too much. But the roster moves that they've made this year have made, from the outside, a huge difference, especially bringing in Ackerman in like May of this year. I think we've kind of pieced together that he came from the academy roster, because it looked like when we looked at him on like VLR and stuff like that on the Western websites, there was just no history for the guy. So we were like, did he just materialize out of thin air? We didn't know what had happened, where he'd come from. But yeah, we figured out that he was from like the academy roster. But he's made such a difference to this team too. Like he's so he's so decisive and aggressive for somebody without as much tier 1 experience that I've been very impressed. Like, I think that it's made a nice 1-2 punch for this team, having him and then obviously Vukashu being the huge fragger that he always is. But would you agree that DRG have made like significant growth throughout this year?
Yeah, of course. Like if I roll back to stage 1, like because there are 2 Ascension teams, right? Where you have to have one like go to the Ascensions. At least one go to Ascensions to battle with the other teams. And back into stage 1, when XLG crowned the whole thing, everyone thought that DRG you can just prepare for Ascension now, because there's no way that you can like compare to XLG's status or just everything. And XLG will definitely go to champions, but now we see the results. Yes, XLG goes to champs, but DRG with the higher seeds. So I think it's a very Cinderella run. And also the DRG is it's a very different team. There is I don't think there is any team that will go to champs that don't play Viper. They use 0 Viper. If you're looking back to their history, they use 0 Viper during stage 2. Whichever map that they go, they don't use Viper, which I think Viper has 53% of pick rate in China right now, like over and a half. It's the 3rd popular agent in China, but they don't use a single Viper during the whole stage, including their regular matches and the playoffs. They just don't use it. They don't ever use it, but still they go this far. Like,
well, they play a lot of Clove as well. They still play double smokes, but they play Clove comps, which is so strange.
Yeah, they are so strange, but at the same time, it seems to me that it fits them so well. Like, you have Ackerman, just like you said, he don't have much tier 1 experience. He actually performed so bad during the off season, like everyone thinks this is a bad move. This is the move that will destroy DRG as a whole. But then I think Nathan D is doing really good, because he's the kind of coach that will just let the players play whatever comfortable he's on. And so Ackerman basically play 2 heroes, Clove and I think Neil. Basically, it's 2 heroes, and very seldomly he will pick Cypher. So basically, I think Nathan D found a solution for this team when you have many new talents, young guys who don't have a lot of experience, just trying to let them play their best hero, play their best agents, and then you can find some amazing effect coming out. Maybe themselves don't expect that, I think. So I think Nathan D, because he came from FPX, right? He's famous for making some strange comps, like weird comps, like 3 smokes in the comps or something like that. Yeah, but I think he really found a solution for this team, at least in stage 2. I don't know, like, if he will switch up this whole comps, preparing for champs for Paris. But I do think that if we looking back how we expect like DRG is performing and how the final results are, I think Nathan D is doing a marvelous job, like changing this team from just a team that will go to Ascension game to a team that maybe like have the potential, at least have the potential to outperform XLG in the champions.
Which is, dude, it's such a sick storyline that both of these made. That we get like that extra little mini game going into champs of just
two Ascension teams.
Yeah, 2 Ascension teams. So for people who don't know, whoever goes fast in champs, they stay in the league, and then whoever comes last, or if they come joint, it would be Gilai, because DRG outperformed them in playoffs. They would go down to Ascension. So kind of the first time where you're like rooting against the other Chinese team, really. So it's really weird. I kind of like watching this team. It feels like a lot, at least when I watch the Corrode, it feels like a lot is on Ackerman. It's just like his duel is the one that decides the rounds. I think they have a lot of cool set strats. I think Vukashu's like the main part of this team, though. He's like one of the reasons that it works so well. I think Nick's been good flex. The only thing that I didn't really get when I watched their Haven, and I only watched like one of them, so I don't know if it's been like a whole thing overall, but I just don't get why Ackerman doesn't just play the ISO and then Vukashu plays the Cypher. Because for me, it didn't look comfortable, but I don't know if it was just an off game. Because I feel like if you play Clove Neon, you must be able to put in an ISO. Because I didn't feel like Ackerman looks crazy comfortable in like the Cypher personally.
Yeah, and also Boccaccio looks really uncomfortable on ISO. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Like he's
It's
really
weird.
looking uncomfortable on ISO. And to be honest, I do, because I'm a Fnatic guy. I'm maybe the #1 fan in Fnatic fans in China. I don't really like the ISO Euro comp on Haven. It's really like, and the Heretics defeat on Haven just yesterday just confirmed more for me, because it really feels to me that it's a really bad comp. And I think DRG is really just another victim of that comp for me. And so also I think Spirit Z1 he's one of the most, like, he's the player that really surprised me with pure mechanic, like pure aim. I don't think his game sense or somewhat is that much like mature or something, but his mechanic is somewhat like, I don't know that he can aim so well. Like, it's really surprised me.
Yeah,
I agree. I think there's a lot of Euros as well that maybe haven't got like the flash down to the highest level. I feel like his flashes, like especially for himself, are like really good. Whereas I watch like other Euros, a lot of them would just do flashes that are like relatively easy to turn. He pretty much, especially like pop flashing out of smokes and stuff, he's actually got the flash down. So yeah, he surprised me a lot. I think it was Corrode. I was watching him, just like, man, this guy's one of the only reasons why this is close right now.
I think they work around him really well too, which is what I was happy to see, because before it used to always feel like Bukashu, go get your kills and we'll try to do something as 4 people, but now they like actually do everything to set up Spirit Z1 because they trust that his mechanics can like carry him in 1v2. So like you'll see perfectly timed like paranoias or whatever else that he just instantly pops out of the TP and then he just swings and he gets 2 kills. So it's great to see that they now have like multiple avenues of attack that work very well for them. I'm very happy to see that evolution.
I was getting tilted watching the Haven game though in the finals. You've just triggered memories for me, because
Haven,
they didn't look comfortable in it before either.
They're like they're C defaulting, but then they're using their drone as part of the C default to push people back to get the orb. And then how are you ever going back over towards A?
You have nothing to re-clear.
And then when they are re-clearing, they're not using their shield as well. So like if you run out of your drone, you at least got to use the ISO shield to like bully your way back through A lobby or bully your way back through garage. But they weren't, and they were getting caught a lot, and it concerned me. But also I hadn't watched them win against, because I missed that game. I didn't watch them with their 13-10 victory even last time, so maybe it was something specific based on that game. I think this team, like all of the things we were talking about with BilliBilli, about like how they've grown as a team from being an upset, they've like shored up their map pool, that kind of thing. Those are the concerns I have for Dragon Rager. Like the way that I was describing the quintessential upset team, where they, you grab them on a map where you're not expecting them to have like a crazy comp or a crazy read or something like that. This is what I'm thinking about DRG. Like I think they're going to be a horrible team to play against, because they're skilled and you might like run into a comp that you've never played against on a map and it might really catch you off guard. But I don't see the strength in their map pool or the strength in their consistency to think that they are going to be a team that's going to go on a deep run. Like I maybe I'm too caught up in the past, but I still feel like I'm expecting of all the 4 teams that we have, I could see the others going deeper than DRG. Because I think you've got like periods of time where XLG have played some really good Valorant across many maps, different meta, etc. You've got EDG, if they're able to figure it out with Kang, etc. I could really see them doing something. DRG, I just feel like are going to trip over their own map pool and their own weirdness. Like it's a good job that Icebox is being removed, because playing no Viper Icebox is insanity. but it still leaves them with a lot of gaps in their pool. Like I wasn't that impressed with I think the Corrode is so difficult to get value from the Clove. I think that's really tough, and I think that they're no information Lotus, where they play it with the solo breach with the double duelist. I think it's also just really tough to get value from consistently. So I think they're in an interesting spot where they'll, like, to me, they seem like the upset team. Like, you don't want to draw them because you don't want to lose to them, but maybe this is the cope because I'm an XLG fan, but I feel all right for XLG being able to make it in next year.
Yeah. So talking about their comps on Lotus, I always amazed by like how they could win this round. Like, because they use a breach which just got nerfed. You can see like the current version, the current patch that really don't allow you to just combo like Euro out and breach with the same time. You can just fault line with Euro out at the same time. It's just basically like nerfed so bad that you can't use that. But at the same time, still they win multiple rounds just by like Archman's Neon is running back into the battleground, and maybe Spirit Z1 with some pure mechanics. So I do feel like their comp is definitely not the best comp, to be honest. There's no way that you play double duelist with the breach with is the best comp. But they really found a solution for themselves. And I really doubt that they will change it up, because it feels to me that between this time and Paris, I think they will just stick to it. And they will just like you said, they will have some advantage because you can't prepare for them. There's no other team that in the world will do this thing. No way. There's no way that you do this.
Yeah, you're never getting the practice again. Let's go on to talking about their opposition in terms of like the other team that's the Ascension squad, that's going to be able to that's going to be competing with them to get to that point. XLG, they have gone to back-to-back international events. That's fantastic. Yeah. That's a great achievement. Last time they were at Toronto, I think for people who don't keep up with the Chinese scene closely, it can feel like this team was just shit at Toronto. But I think they were just nerfed very badly by circumstance as well. Because the fact that they didn't bring their main initiator player that was giving them so much success, and then they added a player that couldn't communicate properly with Raga. Like, if Raga can't call for util as efficiently as he could before, that is... And on top of that, like, you're making the roster move right beforehand. That is a nightmare. So I like that they have now found a system that works for them. And No Man brings a lot of aura into the team as well, I think.
Yeah.
Is his nickname like Mr. 3K or something? Because he keeps doing this thing where he's like, he gets 3 kills.
It's kind of a meme now, because every time, and it's very odd that he will always get 3K, not 2, not 4, but just 3 every time. I don't know why. Maybe it's just he's trying to do it deliberately. So I do agree that Noma is really bring aura for this team. Yeah. XLG is a team that is comparatively like quiet. Like if you compare them to EDG, to BLG, to any other Saiyan teams, they are really quiet. And I think Noman coming in, and Noman is really fluent in English, so there's no comms problem with him and Raga and other teams and other teammates. So I do think Noman's coming in is very important. To be honest, there is a prediction from Australian casters just before this Chongqing event happening at all. Out of 4 casters, 3 of us predicted XLG win the whole thing.
Really?
Including me.
Wow.
So actually, it's so. To be honest, it feels like a little bit disappointed for me that XLG didn't go too far, because they didn't even like go to the grand final. I do think that Noman has a honeymoon period. Like, when he's coming in, there's no one know him. Actually, he played for RA in the Ascension team, but they play so bad, so really doesn't matter. So no one know his play style, and he's suddenly coming in. There's a honeymoon period. And when the honeymoon period is gone, I think XLG is facing some really difficult time in map pool. Like, they actually, I think their 3 Sentinels comping Lotus is really good, but it is only good if you practice your comps good enough. They don't. They basically like just practice it in the official matches. So I do think that my metaphor is they're repairing their ship, because their ship has so many holes, and you have to patch it one by one. Lotus is just one of their holes. So to be honest, it feels to me that they know their map pool has some problem, but they fix it too late. So that's why they stopped quite early in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Sliggy, what do you think about the triple Senti comp?
I mean, it's the M80 comp, right? But they play it so
Yeah.
different. They play it, and there's like loads of stuff that I think they could steal from M80 that was like pretty good, especially their C hit. But then instead of doing like the wall over, they do the the deadlock wall. They do it a little bit closer, which kind of gives them a lot of space to kind of duel out. So I do think they could play it a little bit better. Every time I watch them, it's just Raga bailing them out a little bit as well. And I want to see if the comp can go aggro A on defense, because I think it can, but they never try and go for that. So maybe I'm wrong.
So passive on defense.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they particularly did it on their first game. The first time they played it against DRG, I was losing my shit. But they did play it a bit better the next time. I think they were a bit more dynamic with it. But it's still it's still very.
I think they got a rough map pool, man.
Yeah.
Really
It feels like basically going off of what Alan said. Every time I watch this team during playoffs, it felt like a team where it would be so frustrating to watch as their coach. Right, because like you know your ideas were good, you probably know what you practiced, but the execution of it is just like you're going back to doing individual things, and you're not doing either what we talked about or what I think. As a coach, maybe I didn't tell them, whatever it might be. But it's very unfortunate because we know they can be good. We've seen it. We know they can play good defaults and whatnot. But it feels like what they're trying to aim for and where they're at right now with their own understanding in the server hasn't quite caught up. And I think that's a little tough for them.
That's what I'm finding frustrating about this team. Actually, watching them at the moment is that like the thing that you're describing there of they are not taking their theory into the game. That was like the opposite of what they were doing in stage one. They always had such like good pistol round ideas, really nice theory of what they wanted to do, and they were setting up Raga to go like bonkers bazooka. But these comps also do not set up Raga. I know we're not in like a double initiator meta anymore, really. I mean, there are still a couple of teams like NRG still play a ton of double initiator, but Raga is not able to just dominate the server like he was in stage one. And some of that is meta dependent, but some of it's also like you've got the bloke playing Sage in a triple Senti comp. So, I mean, he's never going to be able to have the impact he could if you were trying to set him up for those big multi-frag rounds. I feel like it's more Happy Way bailing them out of scenarios when I'm watching sometimes. He still seems like... I still watch Happy Way and I'm like, there is such good Sentinel caliber in China. I think that's the one role where I look at them and I'm like, these guys can really, like, when you've seen Chichu play before and you've got like Vukashu frying people as well, Happy Way is one of those players where I'm like, you could really do some like insane damage on a global stage. But it's the rest of the pack and what they're doing that bothers me with XLG currently. And I think they're a couple of steps away from figuring it out.
Yeah, I think it's like when we're trying to look at a team, you like I always say to my chat, you can only get like 10-15% of like what's really going on in the team and like how impactful a certain player was. I feel like they lost a lot with YOU, especially with the meta. It suited them as well, but I feel like his impact, especially in like Breach and setting up Raga, was just so big. And then Noman, they kind of tried it a little bit. He was playing Initiator, but didn't look super comfy. So I think they've had to like switch and find their own just new identity with him. I just think it just takes a little bit of time. But I do agree, it doesn't. Raga's having to do like his own thing. The only real thing to set him up normally is like Coconut's Flash. And that can be rough for sure, especially if you're playing like solo Yoru, like not having. Like you have to take risks at some point, so you're just never going to be as good. But I think the good thing about this team is they have a shocking icebox, and that's gone. So that's good. That's like really good for them. So that helps.
Yeah. I mean, I can't remember what the hell they were running on Abyss. Oh well, I guess. I don't even know. Is it even relevant to discuss what people were playing on Abyss?
Teams are different. Yeah.
Well, for Icebox, to be honest, I always kind of hate this map for Chinese teams, and
Just
not only
team,
Chinese team, but also for APAC teams. Like all the Asian teams play Icebox so weird. Like there is a traditional source or some kind of I don't know, weird source about Icebox in China. They think this map is just a aiming map. They think this map is about pure mechanics, and instead of macro, they were just trying to go frag. And it traces back to when EDG is still the face of the of VCT China. They trying to go head to head with Gen.G on Icebox. And at the same time, Gen.G didn't do macro at all. At the same time, so it feels to me that Asian teams treat Icebox as a map. Just go aim. Don't do anything macro. So it feels to me, at least it comforts me that Icebox is gone for
it comforts me
for
that Icebox is gone. It brings comfort to the entire scene. I mean,
I'm sick of it. I'm actually sick of it. I hope they don't bring it back for next year. I really don't. Like, it's so just we have to be the fact that they made Abyss, and Abyss is so similar to this map is crazy as well. It just annoys me still. But like, Abyss is a better Icebox. Let's just get rid of this map. It's just nothing. It's nothing for 2 seconds of fast duels, 6 kills within the space of 2 seconds. The observer can only ever catch 1, and then we have to wait for a replay to work out what the hell went on. I just hate it. It's such a bad map.
We're really getting negative. Like, we've been doing weeks of positivity. Weeks of positivity,
Aren't we
and
still
Sliggy's
on
given up on it.
positivity?
It can't be. It can't be positivity week, but the way that Sliggy's talking, it literally
I
is
do.
not possible.
After watching All Gamers and Tyloo, the positivity was gone, man. It really was, dude. I couldn't believe that they were the 5th, 6th teams from this region.
Well, I mean, that was fucking bonkers. Like, it's not normal. Like, they were some of the worst teams across stage 1, so it is unusual that they were there as the 5th, 6th teams.
But actually, there are rumors about Tyloo is really doing great in scrims, like before stage 2 even started. So
really?
I think
I can believe it.
Inside VCT China thing, we do know that they're doing really good in scrims, even though that Swarna is just have to be players because they have a players that is underage. They have to do this. But they are kicking in scrims. The teams that really surprise everyone, including us, every Chinese caster, is AG. All gamers have 0 impact in scrims. No one ever predicted them to go to, like, they are fifth to 6th in the playoffs. So if we compare these 2 black horses, I think AG is more like unpredictable. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, China's always a bit mad, though, because teams rise and fall, I think, faster than the other regions. I don't think it's just that we're out of the loop. I think it is also a bit more volatile than some of the other regions. We're very confident in Americas that when a team is shit, they are staying shit. I mean, we've got some, like if you see a team start the year and they're bad, they are staying in the mud. We're never letting them up. But let's talk about EDG. Let's talk about our final team that's qualified to champions. There's a lot to talk about with EDG. There really is. I think we've already set the stage in previous episodes, though, of the roster moves that they've gone on and that kind of thing. But even in this playoff, there was evolution from them, because I thought they were in a spot where they weren't going to go back to the Kankang Yoru particularly. And instead, it looks like they did. And I was pretty all right with it. I thought he played a lot better than when he had brought it out previously. Part of the problem with me saying that, though, is that I didn't watch the game that he had the worst stats in on Yoru. I watched one of the games where he had better performances. So I missed out the one where he planked. I think there was there a Haven game or something? I can't remember who it was against. Maybe it was against BilliBilli. And I remember seeing the stats page.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
And he was having a rough time of it. Yeah, the BilliBilli game, because on Bind and Haven and stuff. So I didn't get to catch the EDG BilliBilli game. But it seems sensible to me. It always seemed a bit stupid that they weren't just having Kankang learn the Yoru. I would say the same for Aspas as well. It's kind of daft to have a great player who's been great on basically everything they've touched, and then go, nah, but I think Yoru's too difficult for him. Don't Like, surely the guy's got a great Yoru. But I liked what I was seeing from him when he was playing in the matches that I watched. Didn't get to see the EDG BilliBilli game. It seems like a good path to me in general, though, for EDG to go on, rather than having nobody on Yoru.
Sure, but it should have been
Nobody.
from the beginning. It should have been from the beginning of this year. That's like the only rough thing. It's like it should have.
They've missed
could
out
have
so much time.
They could have saved so
Yeah,
much time that
sure.
like now the form could have been sick for champs, but now it's more just like, can they get out of groups fight?
mean-
Like, how good is the Yoru going to be? It's not good enough to win again.
Yeah,
Not
it
yet.
sounds like and correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, but it sounded like in one of the interviews he basically said like they basically tried everything so he didn't have to play Euro, and then they realized like, you know, Gianni was just going to be better on the duelist and their roles. Like somebody needed to play it, and when even nobody IGLing didn't work out, like he just had to be the one, right? It was like more like a last resort for EDG. So it's unfortunate, but it sounds like they just always wanted to try to avoid it as much as possible.
Yeah, I think like actually after the grand final, you know, it is actually at the grand final because EDG didn't into the grand final. So Kankan just co-streaming in the venue with other casters and streamers. They actually like they kind of you know, just joking about himself. He's talking like I know I play really bad. I will improve my Euro. Like he do know that I think Kankan sometimes will try to carry this team, just hard carry this team, whether it is Euro or Chamber or Jet or any other agents. He's just trying to carry his team, and when he can't, I think he will suffer. It is basically this simple. I think if you're looking back into the final game of EDG versus BLG, when EDG is knocked out out of the bracket, they actually faced. They like BLG controlling the whole game of Ascent on the second half. Like EDG can't find a solution, and you can see when that happens, when you know that you are dying in this game, it looks apparently that Kankan is trying desperately to saving this team, trying to saving this team from being not disqualified but knocked out from the playoffs. Yeah, so it feels to me that he's putting too much on him. And so about the Euro part, I do think that EDG is trying too much things. That they tried so many players. They tried Jenny on Euro. They tried like nobody on Euro. And everyone seems to have a flashing point that this game, this guy is good. But when they try for 2 or 3 matches, it seems, oh no, this is the best solution. And we are rolling back. It feels like they are, you know, trying experimenting with different things. And in the end, I think it has to be Kankan, because if you looking back into what other teams did, it is the basic thing. Like your main duelist should play at this agent. Like if you're looking into Kayak, if you're looking into any like Euro player that is really doing good, your main duelist should play this hero. It is simple at that.
For
Yeah.
sure.
Is it only MIBR and EDG where that's been the case? I feel like those teams are so similar, where it's like Arzine is playing Yoru on the match.
Yeah, this is a
Yoru.
round that I saw that they
Yeah.
faced. That EDG is completely destroyed by BLG on the macro and on aiming as well. So it feels to me that actually I think EDG is really suffering from the pressure, because there is one time that I think they won't. There is a possibility that they won't go to champs. That there is a possibility that they won't even go this far in the playoffs. But then it feels to me that they find the solution again, and maybe just a temp solution, but at least some solution at all. Then it only lasts 1 or 2 games, and then they face a bigger enemy, which is BLG, then got destroyed.
Yeah.
So it feels to me that they're improving, but not enough. It is very obviously that they improved, but they start really slow, and there is so many like gaps between their players. There are so many gaps in their theories, in their macro, so they will get destroyed.
What do you think the
it's,
chances are of them doing something again, Chobra? Like at the event?
It's one of those
Because
things.
remember,
where
they
it's
weren't
like,
the favorites. They weren't the favorites for the
they weren't.
champs that they won.
And obviously, I don't think anything's changed in terms of any one of these players. I think even now, like Gianni now getting to play the duelist, like they can pop off and carry a game. I think that stays true, right? So
Yeah.
you can't count that against them. But I agree that I would feel better saying that I don't think they'll get very far. Like, you know, depending on the group, they could probably make playoffs, maybe like top 8, but I'm not expecting more. I would feel better saying I don't expect more and then just accepting that they have a strong enough roster to, you know, go higher, like even if it's another trophy. Sure. Like I will give them the credit of the players, but I agree. Like this Ascent was one where I was just like, oh, BilliBilli they're just a class above. Like they just understand the map better. They understand their opponents better. And I don't think you can, I think, you know, Kong and EDG is probably feeling the pressure of, oh, we can't actually just solo carry anymore. Like everyone's gotten better. The game has evolved, you know, the meta's evolved. And like Chichu too. Like we used to rely on Chichu to just clutch rounds just out of his butt every, you know, 5 rounds. And he just hasn't, he was getting shut down nonstop.
I wanted to see on this Ascent, I wanted to see Kang actually go aggro with the op though. Like I went on the defense rounds and looked at the op and he played passive A heaven and then he played passive B main. And I was like, dude, this is the guy that used to love bottom and middle, used to love short to get the early pick. So I think it is also like a confidence thing, or maybe it could be like the classic like fearing to lose, so he doesn't want to like actually make plays. So yeah, I don't know, that there's a little bit of the spark missing, but then sometimes you see it. I think there was around Corrode, was it? He plays the Neon, right? And he got like the 4-person sheriff. Yeah. Like there's definitely signs of it being back. I think oh dude, he's super skilled. Yeah. I think it's just maybe a little bit of confidence sometimes, because dude, when this guy's on Jet, I'd expect him to just fry, but he's playing so passive. Like when he was playing here, it reminded me how like Cryo or someone like really super passive duelist would play, and it's like I would never associate Kang with that kind of play style. So I would love to see him go back into that as the Jet on Ascent, because that dude, I swear he can solo. You can solo have so much impact when you get to that op. But
I will say, I think I like that you mentioned the confidence thing though, because I think for EDG fans, something you can maybe lean into or hope is that the pressure is off now, right? Like they didn't even make grand finals. Even the fact that I loved that YZ in the winner's interview kept asking like, who's the protagonist now? He just like takes that narrative, he just steals it away from Kong and he says it's always been me. But honestly, like that will give more fire to EDG, but at the same time, it's just for themselves. Like they don't have to prove it to anybody else now because they've already been knocked down a peg. So maybe that's maybe that is what they need, right? They just give a little freedom for Kong or whoever, Chichu, to just take a round and say, I'm winning this round, and then they refire that, you know, rekindle that flame at champs. And if that happens, you know, like if that happens at the beginning of playoffs, or, you know, even like, let's say lower the losers match of groups, they could absolutely, like, this is a team that once they get that win, then they could definitely keep up the momentum for sure.
Yeah.
I remember watching them like previous runs in China. I thought 2 things were fabulous about them. Their punish game of the mistakes that the other Chinese teams would make was phenomenal. Like if you did some chaotic shit against EDG, they were just eating you up all day, every day, which even great teams at international events weren't ready for it because they weren't as frequently playing against the Chinese teams often. But their punish game used to be amazing. And now I feel like they're struggling to anticipate what's coming towards them, which might just be the overall region improving. And the other part to it too, I think, when it comes to EDG, is that they just had an aura about them. Like I think other teams were scared of them. They were scared. They like when they got into the server, they were like, "We're the underdogs. We're gonna lose this game, but we're gonna give it all we've got." Whereas now it's like, well, they're not even the favorites. Like you're not scared to play against them. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when people make like when someone beats a world record and then everyone starts beating the world record.
Yes,
it's just like, it's doable.
It is
it's
doable.
Actually, it's doable, and then everyone gets that belief.
Yeah. I want to talk about Wolves though, because I wish TMV was here to give them like a eulogy, a funeral, to put them away. XLG could have beaten DRG. Like if DRG fell out of playoffs, Wolves would have gone. There was a world. It was less of a world than MIBR making it, less of a world than DR. Well, maybe it is quite.
Oh.
He just couldn't believe it. He just couldn't believe it.
It's too much.
So unlikely.
Dude, weirdest picture, bro, every single time.
Oh man. I guess we'll wait for Sideshow, but let me steal it a little bit because I'm curious from Alan's perspective.
Yeah.
Like, how would you gauge the Chinese community, the fans, feeling about Wolves? Like, were they just as excited as all of us about, potentially looking good in stage 2? Like, is there a lot of disappointment in the result?
Yeah, I think a lot of disappointment, of course. Like, when you surprised everyone that what you could have done, like, you could have such a high and you give such a low. And it is very natural that the audience, the viewers, your fans will feel disappointed. But I do agree that I think their coach Fade talking about the downfall of their team and why. I think one point is very direct. First is the map pool. Their two best map are moved from the map pool, so it is very difficult. It requires time to practice, and at the same time, they don't have the time to practice because so first they go very far at Masters Toronto, so their journey ends really really late. And second is I do think they suffer some kind of from their glory because when you get him back from Masters Toronto as a third, as a black horse, as the best performing teams from China, you got a lot of the commercials to do. You got a lot of things to do, and it feels to me that these two things combined. The first is you need a lot of time because your map pool got completely destroyed by Riot, and second is you don't have that time in you. You are busy with every other things. It's natural. It is understandable because everyone needs to earn money. It's in the end, cash is king. But when these two things combine together, it could be destroyed. It could be really catastrophic. Like for Wolves, I don't think they ever really recover from the time that is really lacking, but needed at the same time. They need to find their stronghold in new map pool, but at the same time they just don't have the time to polish it. So for me, it's just very unfortunate, but it happens all the time that I used to know this theory that when you go too deep on the previous event and when you're coming back, you don't have time to practice for the next event and you will perform really bad. You will have a really long recovery time from that one.
I mean, it happens all the time, especially, dude, it's been worse this year just purely because, this is what I keep saying as well, for people that are asking, like, the Sentinels, the G2s, like, the people that stay consistent this year, that's so impressive, because this is the hardest year ever to be consistent, because we've had the most changes. Like, normally, we get, like, a meta change for sure. There's so many map pool changes this year as well that it can completely wreck you, especially, that was pretty much their two best maps, so they got really wrecked on this one. But it's just so hard to stay consistent. And then when you go to these events, you have less time than the others. They're all practicing the new maps when you're at these events. So then, and they've seen all your demos.
And they're watching.
It's so hard to stay consistent in this game. So yeah, I feel bad for them, man. Dude, they were so entertaining as well. Like, I wanted them there just purely. I mean, teams copy the Lysol now. Everyone's just standing up. Like, they had so much impact as well. They're a great team to watch. So it's a little sad.
Yeah, and I also actually like Wolves really proves. I think Wolves going up and going down basically prove the same thing, that in VCT China there is actually teams that is really basically at the same level. A lot of teams are at the same level. It could be easily like you're up, I'm up, and it is really like looking into, okay, today you're on or you're off. So I think that they're going up, going great in the Masters Toronto, and they're going downfall in the stage 2. Basically, prove the same thing, that VCT China is really competitive. Not only like, okay, the top teams are really messing up with each other. The underdogs could be messing up with the top teams at the same time. So basically, the entire region is not like there have that much gap between the top ones and the bottom ones.
Yeah, it's a very close region. Fine. I just want one final thing before we finish talking about China and move on to picking Chobra's brain about Pacific for a sec. Alan, give us one player that you think is going to, like, in the same way that everyone fell in love with Sufat Baby or was looking at Spring as being like a sensation at Toronto. They don't have to be a new player. They can be the same player. It could be like Kang Kang or Chichu or something like that. But who's the player that you think is going to explode at Paris from China?
Oh, this is very interesting. I have never thought about it. But to be honest, I thought it. I thought it must be a new player because, like, to be honest, like Kang Kang's aura is already there. There's no way that he can, make that much a splash out of it.
Okay,
I think
sure.
I got a good answer for this.
I think it will be either Jenny or Spirit Z1. These two players will make a difference. It feels to me that Jenny is really have that aura in him. He's young, he has that power, he's really flexible, and he's really bring different energy into this team. And there are players besides him who will tell him to show up, just show your personality. And for Spirit Z1, I think his mechanic is really could surprise everyone because every day, every match, he will have some aim make me is he really not cheating? It's really surprising me. I have seen many aim demons in China as well, but there is very few people that makes me feel like, oh, this Spirit Z1's aim is really pure mechanic. He maybe not that mature. He maybe will make some mistakes, but his mechanics is so well. Yeah.
Liggy, what was your answer?
Vukashu, man. Vukashu's the guy. Yeah, dude. 5 years of waiting for a champs. He's finally there. He's gonna go big.
Yeah,
that's a good one. I was gonna say Neff, even though people who know
a great
already
player.
know.
And I think he's pretty insane. Wait, is Chobra muted?
Oh,
no, I can hear him. He said Neff. Sliggy's just muted Chobra, which is crazy.
Wow,
wait, I can't hear
now
Chobra.
he's just ignoring me.
To
First he's calling me
rejoin?
the curse, then he calls me
Sliggy.
just a fraud, and now he's just ignoring me. That's
crazy behavior. Crazy behavior. Well, while Sliggy's reconnecting and trying to figure stuff out, I did want to pick your brains, Chobra, about the stuff that's happening in Pacific. Now, we're not going to do a full segment on Pacific because we already covered it last week, but for anybody who hasn't been paying attention, Pacific is about to go and play their final week of playoffs, massively important games, including games that can still qual teams to champs. Like that Talent RRQ game in the lower bracket is vitally, vitally important for Talent and DRX. And there are players, I mean, we're talking about RRQ in the topic title, but it does also apply to PaperX's Patmen, presumably, too.
They haven't confirmed.
Right, but this lower bracket game would be a nightmare if the competitive integrity of it got tweaked or fucked with or messed with in any way, because it literally calls people to champs. So do you have any insight of what's going on? What do you mean, would it?
What do you mean, would it?
If it results in us probably sending the better team, which is Talon.
Jesus
would it really be a problem?
He's down to rig the entire thing.
Would it really be a problem?
Yes, it would be a problem. Wait, they should go based on their own merit.
Chobra, that's messed up from you, man.
No, I'm just joking. Well, first of all, I do think Talon is absolutely the better team than DRX to go. But anyway, aside from that, it is a problem for sure. I think it's probably a result of Pacific fans have been, really asking for why is everything only in Korea, right? It's always just in Korea. Korea has home field advantage, etc. And all of that is true logistically, right? It's just easier. You have better team housing, etc. And aside from that, also we've seen how big the audience is across Pacific. So I know, even beginning of last year, like Jason talked about, we want to do more road shows. It's just a matter of logistics. So this year, probably they all came together and they said, okay, where can we go? Let's go somewhere that's not going to be too far, right, from Korea. Let's start easy. We've been to Tokyo before, so they do it. And then I think just probably hadn't really considered how bad it could be for some countries in Pacific on applying visas, right? Some countries
what countries is it? Because presumably it's the Philippines,
so
right?
Indonesia, Philippines is notoriously hard. And the difficulty with Philippines is that when you start your application, you cannot leave the country for anything else. So we've had people that work the show that just had to come late because let's say they were at a Masters, then they would work that and then they would have to reapply once they go home, and then they just have to sit there until the new visa comes out. They cannot visit or anything else. So Philippines is really rough. I didn't know how bad it was before, but it sounds like Indonesia also. But I think it's also a combination of some of these countries plus how the visa process works for the Schengen countries in
for Paris.
for Paris. EU. So it's a bad combination there, and I'm just, I haven't heard anything, but I'm just gonna say probably they hadn't considered, how many logistical layers there has to be for like you have to apply early for Tokyo first, and then you have to go back home and apply for Paris, and teams will obviously prioritize Paris if they're already confirmed.
Yeah.
So
can someone clarify for me? It's not the visa for Japan, it's the visa for Paris and Gen because they have to stay in the country.
Yeah, that's like the main reason,
yeah.
because they want to make sure, obviously, that your roster, because RQ and Paris are already confirmed, so they want to make sure that they're at Paris, and they're like, worst case, like, we got to sacrifice Tokyo, right? So.
Well, what happens if they do sacrifice like that? This entire concept makes no sense to me, because it isn't the risk that like multiple players, not just xffero, but multiple players from RQ might not be able to make.
That seems to be the implication. I think xffero is the only one who like tweeted, the ominous emotes on his own. But I think there was some. I think I had initially heard that might have to like potentially be at risk of having to reapply. So Indonesia, I'm not as familiar with. Like Philippines, I've heard a lot because like Mika, who works the show, is from the Philippines, and Asarai last year as well. So like they've talked about it numerous times, like even on social media. So Philippines, I've come to understand quite a lot about, but it sounds like Indonesia as well.
If a team, because of visa constraints, was not able to field their full, complete roster for this game that qualifies a team to champs, I think I would be in favor of playing it in the Korea studios and then doing the rest in Tokyo.
And then doing after that. Yeah,
because
it is a little like
it's
that.
so important. Like, can you imagine? Dude, DRX must be molding that this is happening.
Yeah.
Like, they must be so mad.
Yeah, people were joking that
on the line and
Terry needs to fly to Indonesia to make sure that xffero gets his visa. He's gonna go over there with his Porsche. He's gonna make sure that.
I actually remember that. I think it's a Pacific Ascension or something that should happen in Japan, but in the end, it didn't happen in Japan.
Yes, so that I have too much information that I can't share, but that there's multiple layers on why it moved. But I think part of that was also like, especially I can only assume there's also probably some difficulty with like how visas get processed for Tokyo because of esports laws in Japan as well, right? With like prize money and all of that, so things probably get a little bit more complicated. But
we have a silly game. We have a very
it's
silly
unfortunate.
genre.
It's unfortunate because it's so hype, right? Like everyone's been waiting. Like Japan's gonna be great. The fans are gonna be great, and that's all gonna be true.
That'll be amazing.
The fans are gonna be great, and the arena's huge. But like, imagine, right? It's like, okay, one of the teams not here are still waiting to potentially go to champs, and
yeah, that's right.
It'd be incredible if they won anyway and DRX still go. I mean, that would be.
that would be a statement.
That would be wild. Yeah,
that would be an absolute statement.
That would be incredible.
If only there was like a tournament you could do for like the teams that aren't qualified to maybe give them a little bit of time to apply for the visa. Maybe like the last 9 teams that haven't qualified, they'll battle for one spot.
Yeah.
Like between the month that you could apply for the visa, so at least the
like
top 3 teams
chance.
could all go. It would be like a last chance for all of the 9 teams. Good.
Wow.
Just make it a qualifier, double a limb.
We'll call it the qualifier for the chance that is last. We'll call
it's catchy. It's catchy.
There used to be a LCQ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thanks, Chobra, for this China and Pacific segment. Appreciate it very much. We're gonna. Are we going to do a quick break before we bring Mini and Kaquka in here for EMEA? What's the best way of doing?
Yeah, let's take a short break. Let's take a 3-minute break.
All right. We'll take a short break, and thank you very much for joining us, Alan and Chobra.
Yeah. See ya.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. By the way, for all of the fans at home during this 3-minute break, I trolled Alan unbelievably and told him to turn up 2 hours late, and he still turned up on time after I messaged him because he's the GOAT. So huge shout out to Alan. Huge idiot points for me today. Like enormous moron points for me. But yeah, Alan was still here to give us the China insight. So he's the GOAT.
Oh, sorry. I got to get Kaquka in here. I hear her. I see her with her hand on her head. I got to switch her cam so we can hear her. There we go. And then I believe I'll have to message Minnie. All right, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yep, that's what happened. That's how we treat our new guests here on Plat Chat. We got
Yeah.
Minnie coming on. Let me get you in, Minnie, so we can hear you. All right, we can hear you now, Minnie. I think.
Hello.
Hello, monsieur. Dude, I didn't realize. I mean, okay, let's save it for. We've saved the member question for you, Minnie, because you seemed excited to answer it.
I have not prepped at all. That's the only thing I know about this EMEA segment.
Well, that's great. That's fantastic.
So my opinions about everything else are irrelevant.
That's good.
But my
That's good.
opinions about that are going to be. I agree with you, by the way. We're going to have a little debate, but I agree with you with your comment. Like one of those things.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Perfect.
Still waiting for Sliggy to come back if you guys want to grab a water or anything. But yeah, I'm so curious about this BBL situation. I'm just looking at the bracket and they just keep winning. I guess we'll talk about that in a few minutes here. Oh, by the way, Sideshow, what happened when you kicked off your computer? Like you disconnected earlier?
Yeah, I tuned in to be
I got
like to check how long until it was our time, and I saw just a picture of you covered in butter.
Wait,
I
is
was like,
that
oh,
my
this will be a
picture
fun
now?
time.
I was going to
Yeah.
update
Fun
my
time.
picture to a butter.
It's been like that for a little while, yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize. No, it's just a hotel Wi-Fi. It just kicks me off every like 3 hours, 6 hours, something like that.
Gotcha. I thought it was because you
Like,
mentioned
it just randomly
wolves.
does it. Yeah, no, a TMV cut my internet cables.
Mm.
All right, looks like Slicky's back if y'all are ready.
Hello.
Let's do it.
Hell yeah, let's go talking about some EMEA. Hello, Minnie. Hello, Kaquka. How are you both?
I'm very well. How are you?
Tired.
You tired? You're an EP little girl?
Yeah, I'm so tired. Like we had such long days, such long matches. Like I worked all every day, so this morning I was just dead. Just like live in the studio around 1 a.m. and I was like, oh my god. But yeah,
EMEA's been
it's
sick
okay.
though. Like
It's been
Yes.
banger
utterly
games.
insane. So, dude, I'm excited to get into it. But before we do, we shifted around the member stuff. Normally, when we do the intro, we talk about we extol the virtues of becoming a member to Plat Chat. And part of the reason that we pushed it to this segment for EMEA was because the member question for today, if you become a member, you can ask us a question every week. You also get access to a bunch of other stuff. Our members also host tournaments, games, etc. The member question for this week was, which famous painting would best represent certain VCT teams? Which is just an insane question. I mean, Kaquka seems excited already. Minnie was popping off about
It's
this
such
one
an
too.
interesting question. I don't
I'm
know
so
who put it, but
excited.
I'm so for it. It's such a cool question.
So the examples given by Spooks is composition 7. Now, I've
Vasily
taken it off the screen and I don't even know who it's by. Composition
Kandinsky.
7 by Kandinsky. Okay. And this is, according to them, representing Paper X. Beauty
I
within
would
the
have-
chaos, is that the idea?
I wouldn't have gone with this Kandinsky, to be honest. But I think you get the vibe.
Okay. The Mona
He would
Lisa
have gone
be
from composition 6
2023 lock-in.
instead of 7.
Probably
That's
Yeah,
just what he's
yeah.
trying to say.
Six.
Okay, let me just set the stage. Kurt was like, "Hey, do a little bit of research for this. Like, put your answer in the chat." And the rest of us, me and Slicky, were talking about it. We don't have a clue. And we're just Philistines. And Minnie's out here giving like 7 different
He's a
examples.
fucking connoisseur of it.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were so into art.
I went to art school for graphic design.
I had no idea.
So I was a graphic designer before. Well, when we had Summon FC, I was a graphic designer. So I had to be pretentious and obnoxious. And
That's
so
amazing.
That's what we're gonna do today: is combine those two things together: esports and obnoxious pretentiousness. I'm so annoyed because like I never get to speak about anything that I actually like apart from Valorant, and so like this is like the only time that like I've been able to combine the two.
No, this is wonderful. I didn't even realize that this was a passion or an interest.
Yeah, I felt like I've genuinely been able to express myself in this space as who I actually am for the first time. So
Alright,
That's
Kurt,
amazing.
give him a timer, Kurt. Don't give him
Yeah.
too long. It'll be going on for ages.
we could be going on for hours here. Like
Give it-
EMEA, like I said, I got nothing for this EMEA show apart from this. So you guys got to carry the rest.
Okay, well, The other example was the Mona Lisa for the 2023 lock-in and Tokyo FNATIC. So I guess the idea here is that it's like
don't agree
just
with this
simple
one.
excellence or something. I'm not
No.
sure.
I think they're going with a classic approach, but it's not a
Right.
good. I don't think it's a good enough painting.
I don't think this is an educated answer.
No.
Minnie, what would you say? As a part of that roster, what would you say?
I think it needs to be more beautiful, structured, and like classic. But I don't think Mona Lisa does it
I think
for me.
I know. Wait. You keep going. I have a. I
Okay,
have a
we'll
thought.
keep going, and Kaquka will dig up something.
I couldn't
for that
think of
FNATIC roster.
the best example for that one.
Well,
I couldn't think
but
of
you
one.
did think of many others. So
Yes.
let's begin.
I'm ready. I'm locking in.
Please, you start. You've got the list.
I go?
You
Okay.
lead us.
Okay, we're gonna start with Guernica. Okay. Can you bring this?
Okay,
one up?
I am aware of
Guernica,
Guernica. I have heard of
Guernica.
Guernica. I went and saw it
I'm
in person.
sorry,
It was
Kaquka.
fabulous.
Why is there a man in the front?
Yeah, why is there a
Why is
bloke
Guernica
like
got-
painting?
I
Is
don't
that part of
know.
it?
That's
Is-
not.
No,
that's not.
this is not it.
Ignore that.
Oh, that was my
Yeah.
favorite bit. I like that bit. He looked pretty cool.
Let me find the
Okay.
actual one.
Okay.
So Guernica is about the horrors of the Spanish Civil War, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
get there in a second. So I just want to make sure we get the info. We need to soak it in, okay? So to me, this is a Picasso, right? And Picasso painted this to show the pain and suffering of which is the average koi fan. And so if you've ever seen it too, it's like a huge painting. Like it's really big. Like Stiggy, this could fit about 100 of me. Like it's massive. So it really hits home like the
Yes.
emotion and pain. The other thing is, as Sideshow said, my fellow art critic, is it's Spanish Civil War. And I think that really brings the illusions of the internal conflict in koi in their management, streamers, and fans over all their roster decisions this year.
Damn. that was
Holy
good.
It's-
fuck, he's
That was good.
cooking.
Dude, this
That's
could actually
amazing.
be this could be the
I
whole
am-
EMEA
I'm very
segment.
happy. I was ready to criticize. I was ready to be like, actually, but yeah, I actually think
No,
that
he's fried. He's
it's
dominated
pretty
with that one.
good. It's pretty good.
Okay.
Minnie, I
next,
sent you which one I thought FNATIC would be on the screen. You can check, but keep going.
second one. Unfortunately, the title was going to give it away. So if we could just bring it up, Kurt.
This might be the only one that I know, actually. Am I going to know
And this
one?
one's a great shout as well.
Yeah, I know this one.
This one's called The
It's a
Scream.
great shot.
Because it is actually a portrait of Scream on KC in 2023. And I don't think we need to break this down further. So we can go to the next one.
It's so good. It's so good.
That
The
one's
next
good.
one is
Why are
called
we doing this on Plat Chat? Why are we not doing this on our show, Minnie? This is so good. I would have fought so
Look,
hard for us to have this segment.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
care about
We can keep
sponsors. I don't
going.
care about anything.
So this one's called The Old Guitarist. It's another Picasso. This guy's, pretty good at art apparently. And this one is during his blue period, which famously, of course, is in reference to Casey's team color. But also, it's about Picasso. It's also about Picasso's deep, haunting depression, which I think, as well, many Casey fans are currently feeling.
Incredible.
But wait, I'm not done. We need to bring it back up. So here, I see a man who had aspirations of being a great musician. But much like Casey's aspirations of being a great team and going to champs, it's all just withering away.
Wow. Holy.
And if you look closely, I think there's a harbour wall in the background.
Please tell me that you have more. Please tell me that you have more.
fantastic.
You have more.
The next one got some criticism, which I agree with, because art's about interpretation. And fellow art critic Sideshow had a comment about this one. I did want to make it clear that this one's not necessarily about the painting itself, but more about the artist. So we bring it up. It's called The Persistence of Memory. And Josh, you had a few comments about this. You thought this represented a different team. So why don't you go ahead and
Yeah,
give us
I
your
mean,
take?
I was thinking about the famous art pieces that I know, and this is one that sprung to mind. And when I watch FNATIC, this is how I feel. The clocks melting, the time ticking, losing to time frequently. I'm also just the way in which it's flumped, the way the clock has given up is like, I think, also representative of Fnatic during this playoffs run, of them just drooping and withering towards the end of it. And hopefully they can pick themselves back up and stiffen somewhat, but they were flaccid and droopy, I think.
I kind of see Navi more in this painting than I see Fnatic, because that, to me, that representation of time just makes me think of the like old guard not being very good, and also the fact that there's the light in the horizon,
Oh, Jesus.
and all of that is actually the rookies coming in. And actually, if we were to wait in this image, the sun would come to us and those clocks would go back in to life, and that is what's happening with Navi right now.
Yeah,
I
if
also
you-
studied art, Mini.
If you zoom right into the background, you can actually see Rooksik on the cliff there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's over there.
Yeah, so for me, unfortunately, I used this painting because it was like his most popular. But like my what I wrote down was much like Dali, Paper X have a lot of personality, popularity, and mainstream appeal. And much like Paper X's gameplay, I have no idea what this painting is doing or means, but I like them and they're fun to look at.
Okay, I like it.
Next up, we got The Son of a Man by Rene Magritte. I don't know if I've said that right. I'm not that smart. And this one is sometimes with that, you can't quite put your finger on why you feel a certain way about it, because this to me represents vitality. I think it's something to do with identity. Like, who is this man? Why is there an apple in front of his face? I don't know. And that to me is like, what is vitality? Like, who were they this year? There's also something like about the fact that like there's supposed to be a man behind that apple, but like we all know there isn't. It's just like green paint, right? And for me, there's something there about how vitality just don't have identity. Something's gone wrong. It's not quite beautiful to look at.
I think
Yeah.
also...
Minnie, this is perfect. Like, how did you think of these things? Like, you're doing such a good job of explaining art in relation to Valorant. I'm just mesmerized by this.
It is
I
so
could-
good.
I could be going through every single team.
It's so good. I think there's also
You're
something
educating
there.
our youth.
I think there's also something there in terms of the faceless business-like approach of how Vitality was constructed.
It's like this
Rather-
idea. We brought the money. We brought the idea. Like it's giving you that sense of security. This is not a man that you would run away from. It gives
Not
you
necessarily security so much as faceless corporate cash. That's what I'm thinking of when I'm thinking of this roster construction. I'm thinking of disparate forces being brought together that didn't really have connection but were there to do a job. And
You guys have such a different brain to me, man. I just
What do you see?
I look at this guy and I feel like he's molding into Yoshi from Mario with the nose.
See, that's why
These things
art
like
is so
halfway there.
important.
Yeah.
yeah.
that's good.
Wonderful. And
Right, we
I
got
think you've got one
one final one
one.
before we talk
Okay.
about real things. And this is the Turner painting Snowstorm, which Bea might know is my favorite painting. It doesn't look great in this picture, to be honest with you. It looks much better in some of the other pictures, and maybe I've seen it in real life. It's much prettier. So I apologize if you're not liking this one. I do have taste, trust me. So with this painting, I can feel all the turbulence and uncertainty of MIBR season. But what I see in the distance there is a boat. And I like to imagine that boat is captained by none other than Aspath. Coming through the other side of this stormy weather, there might just be another Aspath at Champions performance, waiting safely on the other side.
It's beautiful. It's cinema.
There we
It's
go.
absolute cinema, Mini. I think this more than anything has given me a respect for you that I don't think any other segment could have given.
I am so sad we had never done this until now. This is so
Dude,
interesting.
it's
I
good.
think that
We should do this every
we should
week.
bring it back.
Yeah.
For next playoffs,
what
the
would
next playoffs.
what would your topic be, Kaquka? Would it also be art if you were going to tie something like this in? Would it be music?
I mean, I
Would you
could do
have a
something
piece of-
like that. I could also do it on architecture, because I remember I studied a lot of architecture when I started art. So we could do it as different or sculpture. That would also be
Oh,
cool
wow.
to do.
The sculpture
I think
one
that
would be
we could still expand on this.
Sliggy, what the hell would yours
Don't
be?
even.
Or
Let's not
movies.
even.
I actually would
let's
do
not even
movies
go
or like
there.
characters from movies.
Characters
Yeah.
from movies would be a great one as well. That would hit the pop culture.
I could
brain of the
actually
viewer.
find a horror movie for each team. I know a lot.
Horror movie for each team would be
That'd be
bang.
cool.
Actually, that's such a
Okay,
sick
If
segment.
you
write that
remember,
down,
ask
Kurt.
the
Write that
question.
down. Write that
If
down.
you remember, this came from a member, so shout out to
Yeah,
Spooks for the
to
question.
Spooks.
Let's
That's
get back
an
to
amazing
Spooks next week.
question.
That's good, man.
Great
An
idea.
amazing question that tied into Minnie's genius just perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. Now, okay, let's get into what's actually happened in EMEA, because the cinema continues, folks. The cinema absolutely continues, because almost every single match has resulted in an upset win for the team that we would have thought had less of a chance. Not no chance, obviously, but BBL are the leading protagonists, I think, of the EMEA playoffs currently. And I think up there with the most underrated teams from our show's perspective. We keep predicting against them. We keep saying like, oh yeah, BBL are great, like they're a really good team, but they're not going to win this.
Wait, didn't we give them a lower bracket run into the grand finals last week?
We did. Yeah, we
did
do
we,
that.
or did
Mimi
Mimi specifically come into our room? Like she broke into my room.
After saying
and
that she
she
hadn't watched
flamed
a
us.
single game. He
Oh,
said
well,
she hadn't
yeah,
watched a
true.
single game.
Yeah, I
She
guess we did
she
have
self-reported.
them going all the way through the lower bracket.
I was a
That's
bit
not
whimsy
bad.
here, but
We're fucking great. Look at this guy.
yeah, Heretics
not
winning, that
right.
looks a bit stupid, but
I mean, I was so impressed with BBL. So impressed with BBL across their matches in these games. The growth of the team is something that Yampi talked about in an interview where he said they went back and they watched some of their matches from kickoff, and he was like, wow, we were really shite back then. I thought they were all right back then too. I think that they had some serious potential. But watching them play, for example, their triple initiator on Ascent, and seeing
that's
the
cool.
evolution of that compared to where it was and how well they're playing it now, it's gorgeous to watch.
I mean,
The
it's
EMEA
gorgeous
is
to watch because
beautiful.
they couldn't even execute even having 3 initiators. So of course it got much better.
Yeah.
It's good that they went back into that idea and being like, okay, we fucked up in all of these things. Let's see if we can fix them, and they doubled down onto it. And what we might thought it was just going to be a one-off for Fnatic actually, turned out to be very good against other compositions. So good for them.
The Ascent was cool. The Ascent was the RRQ theory, where the RRQ did this against T1, where they bought the Teo against the Chamber and the Yoru. Because obviously the drone's really good at pushing them off to try and make them TP away, and then the Salvos is really good against all of the Chamber util and the Vice util. It's like they just handpicked that anti. It looks so nice. It looks so
I think
comfy.
though that, like, I don't think this was as because I agree with you that the ante is there, but I thought the actual value that they got from it was much more about your first point about pushing them back away from aggressive lines on their attack side, and then the site execs, they were like salvoing people out into the open and then flash haunting them, and they were just, it's so overwhelming. And I think it's a tough comp to play. I think Triple Initiator is bloody difficult to be able to play properly because it's so easy to just be running around with util in your hand and beefing the timings. Like, you still have to scale off the util properly. And I think it's really impressive that they've made it work and look so beautiful.
Yeah, and they're great ideas, especially. I mean, you could just see that it was one of those that they had so much good theory behind it. It was always going to get this fast win. Like, you could tell they only really had like one ult strat for the Teo every time they went over towards B, and they could just save it because they had so much util touch to get into the site. Like, everything was like really well thought through. I don't think they will use the same comp again, but they even kind of said that in the interview as well. So it felt like it was literally just for sure targeted. But I think this just kind of highlights the fact that the coaching staff, or at least Powell, he's like the one consistent this year, has been great. He's definitely like a really solid coach.
yeah, I think that the comp is it works very well into the two teams they played, and that says, I mean, it says quite a lot that that Fnatic, well, I guess Fnatic didn't see it before, but then Heretics couldn't find they couldn't problem solve it. So I think that some criticism has to be there for Heretics and not be able to figure out a way against it. Because if we're talking about Heretics as a team who should be, going to champs or winning champs and stuff, which obviously, foreshadowing they don't.
Foreshadowing they might not even make it, yeah.
Yeah. Like, they didn't seem to have many answers. They had like one answer, I think, but it didn't work, and then they didn't really know what to do after that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that BBL is doing a very impressive thing, because if you think of them coming into playoffs, they had to go, if they want to go on a upper bracket, they have to go against our top 3. FNATIC, Heretics, and then now Liquid. So they have the hardest way that they could have. Not only that, the match that they have against Liquid is so cool because they were 1 win away from Toronto, was it, right? Yeah, from 1 win away, and it was against Liquid, and Liquid, got them out of contention. So if they are able to win, it's like a full circle moment, overcoming every single obstacle that you went to the absolute top of the mountain of EMEA.
I agree,
so
but and I think that given BBL's team and the standings they're in is very impressive. My only cynicism is going to be that I don't know how good EMEA is right now.
Yeah.
FNATIC do not look good, and Heretics look terrible. Their playoffs is just abysmal. So I think BBL have done very good this year. I've been positive of them ever since they built this team, and they've got better and better. But I'm a little bit worried for EMEA champs.
I think you should, but I think that the argument can be made that if you look at for example, the FNATIC games, you can tell that, I agree, there's some things that are very green and some massive deals that were exposed that they definitely will have to work on, but you can tell that the other team wants it more. I do not know until what point Heretics were in their heads that they had the same situation as FNATIC, even if we bomb out, we will most likely make it on points either way, and now they're in a very tricky situation, but yet not having any of the top 3 teams sweeping up out of playoffs.
It's fun though. It's really fun.
It's incredible to watch, man. It's incredible to watch. And I've just been excited about the other teams. I'm not that bothered about Heretics and FNATIC not playing their absolute best. We'll talk about those teams later on too. But I've just found myself being really impressed with the other squads. I mean, I think BBL and NAVI in particular, I've been really impressed.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
I think
Giants too,
Magnum's
it's just
also
been awesome.
turned around as a player. I've never seen Magnum was never as good as this when I was coaching him. He's smart, but now he's also shooting every single time.
The Haven, especially the Haven against FNATIC, his defense was outrageous, outrageous. I think he ended 16-4, something around that. I just remember looking at it thinking, this guy is just popping him every single time. He was just so good on that Haven game. He had so many entries in terms of just actually defending over towards sites. I was so impressed with him. It felt like every big round as well, and it's well, if Magnum goes down here, they're going to lose the round. He's just killing multiple, staying alive for everyone to come back into sight. I'm just geez, this guy's a monster right now. His frag's so heavy. And that's pretty cool bounce back from him, because last year was rough, man.
I love their attack side on Haven. I think that the coaching staff and Yampi's selection of the strats that they run is so cool. They've got such. I really appreciate the depth that BBL show across their the maps that you can see that they've put a lot of time into. I think Yampi and the coaching staff of BBL too have been very creative on their attacks all year. They're doing stuff that other teams are not doing, but they're doing it at the right moments too, picking the perfect round to do something a bit weird. They've got this B fake that then pivots into the C play. It's
if I see this round again, oh my god, Mini, get me out of here! If I see this round again.
I made
scenes that we've seen before, but I really like it. They've got.
No, it's not because of that, Josh. It's because it's something that happened this week, and I illustrated some of this and how BBL was abusing this hole in garage and how they were pushing and how Magnum just found the timing and where is Alpha playing. Then this thanks.
I didn't know that. I didn't mean to bring this trauma.
No. It was traumatic for me because it was a very It was a very long day, and I had a long night going over this because I didn't know how to do something.
And I was being a harsh critic at a time in which I shouldn't have been. But yeah, I agree, Josh. I think a lot of for me, I think the way they prepare seems very focused in a way that they understand what veto is going to likely happen, and then they're able to prepare rounds very specifically, or a strategy or game plan that seems quite specific to teams, and that's something that I think that I probably wasn't very good at sometimes, and I think that this team's done it quite well.
Yeah, it's it doesn't always have to be something you've never seen before, but it's just BBL's strat book contains lots of plays that you've seen before. The quantity of them seems particularly high, and so they're able to pull out different looks and different ideas when it comes to tactics. Pretty regularly, which I think is really nice, because a lot of teams you do find them going back to the well of stuff over and over and over again. But I like the the lack of predictability with the way that they like tactic select on their attack sides. It's fun to watch.
That's how we do it in EMEA. What can I say?
Yeah. By the way, worst region recently, but that's all good.
Jesus.
I'm just gonna hook you down
Why are you
slightly.
rage baiting me? Why are you rage baiting me?
Didn't you say it was a solved region? Wasn't that
Literally,
the
we
year?
only had like
That's
upsets in playoffs,
true.
this and that. It's been so fun to watch. We will cross those bridges when we get to them.
No, I am rage baiting genuinely, and yeah, I mean, I said it was a solved region because we all agreed on all of the picks.
Yeah.
True,
I mean,
true.
we didn't once we got the BBL whimsy in the lower bracket, but yeah, basically. Let's move on to another team. Let's talk about Team Liquid. Is it fair to say that Team Liquid are basically like the only favorite that have survived the bracket? I feel like
Yeah,
everybody
for
else,
sure.
they've been dodging bullets though. They dodged a massive bullet.
They almost lost. Team
I
Liquid.
know.
They were 1 run away from losing. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a huge bullet that they dodged after destroying on Sunset. When they came out and they spanked on this Sunset, I was like,
Bro, and
"Oh,
it
is
was
gonna
so
be a quick
good.
Game?
It was so
Quick game.
It
Yeah,
was so
yeah.
good.
Dude, Trex
Was not a quick game.
Trex's fade util on this was just so nice. The thing for GIANTX is, bro, is Flickless is Flickless just looks like a different player in playoffs. He's just looking like the best player. Every time I'm watching him, he's like, oh, maybe he needs to get 1 here. He's getting 3 somehow. And it's like every other round. I'm just like, how is this guy fragging out this heavy? Like, I've been a big critic of double initiator at the moment, and this guy's kind of making it look viable. The util's decent. I think the breach could maybe be a little bit better, but the fragging so high, and like if you can frag heavy on this, then sure, man. If it's like part of your comfort, and he's starting to look good on Viper as well. So, dude, I just came out of this being like, man, GIANTX are playing so well right now. They look really drilled.
How did it affect your Liquid stocks though?
Not
like,
really.
did it at all?
Nah, not really. I came out of it just being like relatively positive about both. So that's normally what
Alright.
I do anyway.
I think
right,
I'm
yeah,
lower.
yeah.
I think I'm
We
lower
just
on
saw that in the
Liquid.
China segment.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Very,
maybe not,
very
maybe
positive.
not for the
Always
Chinese
positive.
teams.
Go on, Mini. Sorry.
I think I'm lower on Liquid after this series.
Okay.
I think that GIANTX are playing well, but like the thing for me about GIANTX is like Flickless has been good in those last 2 games, but like none of their players are above 1 rating on VLR. Like they're like so inconsistent, and there doesn't seem to be like someone who takes over consistently in a way that like Kiko and who is it? Fucking Nats. Yeah, I guess. Like, I guess Kiko is just
Yeah.
the person, but yeah. So like individually, like Team Liquid, I think are just way better than GIANTX. To be blunt about it.
Sure.
So to me, a little bit concerning that Team Liquid couldn't make this cleaner in some respects, or it gives positives to GIANTX that like that. Despite my kind of shade towards like their individual skill at times, they're able to still come through the other side with good chemistry and teamwork.
Well, while we're watching this Corrode, no region is as one-sided on Corrode as EMEA. Like, I know that this is generally going to be a defense-sided map. Like, that's how it's leaning a little bit. But most of the regions, it's like 52%, 55%, maybe even. EMEA, the last time I looked, it was like 63% or something like that defense side win rate on this map.
But
I
Liquid,
think-
The
I think we
EMEA
look-
teams don't know how to attack.
I think so. I think
Yeah.
I usually when I'm watching, I'm obviously looking like I'm not in the server anymore to like feel how stuff is. So I'm like really looking at the attacks and being like, is there like some story they're telling me about how to play this map? And everyone's got like a different story or like just not a story at all. And I'm just like lost for inspiration looking at EMEA on this map, to be honest with you.
because it felt like Liquid had this down when they played the Gecko comp, at least for attack, because they had like really good. They would just do side defaults and then they would just late retake middle, and a lot of it was down to the Gecko. Then they lost the Gecko and put in a deadlock. It didn't. It didn't look like
Didn't
they
look
could.
good.
Didn't look like they could do anything on attack. Really, it was just like hero rounds. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think. I think they're like in a little bit of turmoil on this map. For sure, because they're changing.
Play
combo
double
all the time.
duelist. Play double
Yeah.
duelist, no Senti, and send it with like Kiko and Camo. Like you can do if you watch the Pacific teams, like if you play double duelist, you can do side pops and you can do mid like
Yeah,
splits. But you
Like
just,
I
you know,
expect
bit weaker on
both Team
defense.
Liquid and BBL to change things for next week. Now they both have a catch a break. I think that they will both come up with surprises.
Yeah. Let's move on to talking about GIANTX because you know we're leading in that direction anyway when we're discussing Liquid and Giants. But GIANTX come out the back looking like actually pretty decent, like really competitive maps 2 and 3 with Liquid. Obviously, Flickless looking like a beast, but continued it massively into this game against FNATIC to beat them 2-0. And this is the game where, to me, Flickless just looked supreme.
Insane.
Like,
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. Like that Lotus made no absolute sense for
he
him.
rolled them. It
The
was
weird thing
wild.
here is that I didn't realize these were the stats because when I was watching, like Ara seems to be the most impactful operate player.
No, like he got
yeah,
it.
the
He got
op-
it
no,
like
the
it,
opening
like
was
it. There was
nasty.
3 or 4 rounds where he did like get the opener, as you're saying, with the operator, and I think that got into their heads a lot. But that was
Yeah.
only like sufficient for the. That was enough. That was enough.
Yeah.
He didn't need to do more.
I've seen that on Corrode as well, where like he'll just take a deep angle, and then for the rest of the game, the other team's just like completely scared of him, and he doesn't even have to get a single frag afterwards. He's got all the value. It's just like crazy.
I think it's just, man, I'm so worried watching FNATIC at the moment as well. Like, where's their good map? Is anyone, a Corrode is a good map maybe? Anyone got another good
I
map
don't
for
think
them?
so. I don't think it's Corrode either.
You don't think it's Corrode?
Like globally, no.
It's Icebox.
but even
No,
then,
no.
I'm not even sure it was.
might
Xbox.
be Icebox,
It
and
is
it won't
Icebox,
be,
no, it's-
and it won't
Could be
be.
Abyss.
So
Yeah, it might
Oh,
have to be
Bind
Abyss.
is pretty decent for them, isn't it?
It's okay. Like
Are they still
but
running the
I think,
Tejo, or did they
yeah,
change
they're
the
running
comp
Teo.
there?
They're
Yeah,
running
they're
Teo
running
Alpha. I think a lot of it's down to Alpha being a beast. I like the Astra stuff, to be fair. The Astra stuff on attack is nice. But dude, I just look at their map all-wise and I'm just like, I don't know where you guys are getting this win. They did lose 3 pistols, I think, so that makes it a little bit harder. But mate, even just opping 4 different people are opping. Like, I don't know, man. It feels a little weird at the moment. It just doesn't feel comfy. I don't know if
These
they're-
motherfuckers were so lucky to get past Karmine Corp. They're so goddamn lucky to get past Karmine Corp, man. And
Was it luck? Or...
yeah, it was luck.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't
okay.
just luck. It was cheating. It was wall
I
hacking
see.
from Chronicle.
Is that all we have
that
to
got
say
them
about
through it.
GIANTX? Or are you just gonna move on to FNATIC?
No, I just wanted to rant about. I just wanted to rant about FNATIC losing beating my Karmine Corp. I was still living in the belief that we could have a French team at champs, even though it was utter cope.
I got a big takeaway from GIANTX here on this one. I think Cloud outcalled Boaster here. And I'm not sure that's a hot take or what, but if you look at the rounds where there's like multiple ults and you got to plan ahead in terms of like what ults are going to go down. It's a good one on Lotus when like they have the Killjoy ult and they're trying to retake over towards C.
Oh,
But
I
Cloud
think
was on top
I
of
know
that.
which one you mean, where they use the lockdown and then
Yeah,
then Kaya goes in and shoots his showstopper
Yeah, at
within
the
the
back.
side when you've already created all that pressure with the lockdown. So the site should not be a worry, and you should be thinking of Mount and what you're going to do after. And everything was just so cramped. They used everything for nothing.
There was 3 rounds.
Basically.
There was legit 3 rounds where it's like 3v3 ult-wise, and I think Cloud just had such a better plan for like the next level where you're thinking of like steps. They're going to do this, or like we have to plant here because they're going to be doing this. It looked like Cloud was ahead of it. It's just dude, I can't work out Cloud's calling. Sometimes I think it looks really good. Sometimes I think it looks really shit, and I don't know why or how or
is it
what,
not-
or what if it's good or bad.
Is it not going to be heavily influenced by the coach prep and the read that they have on their
Maybe.
opponent?
Maybe, but some of
Because when I was looking at FNATIC, and in this game, like the Giants FNATIC game, I wasn't thinking about it in terms of Cloud's calling so much as them knowing what FNATIC does on FNATIC's attack sides. Like, I thought it was really good anticipation.
Oh,
But I
really?
would put that maybe more down to the coaches. I don't know.
I thought it was like so nuanced because it had so many ults were involved that it was just like it could be what you're saying, like they like to do this, so they kind of leaned into the tendencies.
I'm a
little bit, but-
fraud who doesn't know anything, just looks at stats, and GIANTX only have like 1 above 50% attack win rate, and it's Lotus. And it's like,
Yeah.
to me, that it signals something is wrong, but then their defense is usually pretty good. But if in that last game he's like calling Bosa, then maybe something's, I don't know. There's just so much inconsistency with GIANTX, and like player-wise,
that's the
individual-wise, the
one,
team is
yeah.
like weird. It's just like, they're playing really well in these moments, but I get worried on broadcast because I start thinking that I get sucked in, and I'm like, what is the story? Is the story the last 2 games, or like the last 4 weeks, or
Yeah, no.
You mean for GIANTX?
Yeah.
yeah, like
They were one of the biggest surprises that we had in stage 2, weren't they?
yeah, but there's a difference
Somewhat.
between playing like the
Who
teams they're
else?
playing, and then
Who else was it?
The thing is,
Navi,
they still
I
lost to
think.
they still lost to Foot,
They-
right? And that's like the
Navi
one thing
barely
that
made
throws
it.
off.
I think Navi were looking better at the end than Giants were. Now I know that seems like a stupid take because then Giants have beaten Navi,
Bro,
and
like,
they're
yeah.
gonna play them again. But I was more excited about Navi coming into playoffs than I was about Giants.
For sure, but is it just because of the Foot game though? Like if they had beaten Foot, would we had not been like, damn, they've only lost to the Heretics. That's it.
Yeah, but I'm a
yes.
cynical idiot who would just be like, they didn't play at like a top. They didn't like Kingsley like fucking BBL did in the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But yeah, I think you're right. I think the loss to Foot and how they played in that game, because it wasn't just a loss, they kind of got stomped by Foot, so it looked like they weren't playing as well. I think that did, change my opinion of Giants quite a bit, and it doesn't seem to have been relevant, that loss to Foot, actually. It was much more relevant, like the good performances that they showed in group stage. I would like to move on to talking about FNATIC here, though, as well, because not just the map pool, too, but the experimentation is a big conversation, because they allowed Sunset to be played in this game. So, like, once you lose on Lotus, you're feeling kind of chalked about FNATIC, surely. So, like, you know, it's great that Giants ended up getting the win, but they had to perform on map 1, and they did, and then I thought that kind of sealed the entire...
Do you
series
think
there,
they
too.
expected Giants to pick it after losing 13-4 to Liquid? Like, I read it as like maybe they thought they weren't going to get it picked against
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, maybe.
That's right.
I was
don't
just
think
wondering
so.
if
I
they're
don't think so.
floating
I
and
think
experimenting.
that you, realistically, like Sunset is a map that GIANTX like they enjoy playing, and even though they lost to Liquid, like had FNATIC not performed the way they had on different maps, and had they not shown the face that they did on the first day, maybe I would consider it like GIANTX should have considered not picking it, but to me it was just.
I guess my point is less like specific to Sunset and more just saying, do you agree with the narrative that FNATIC are not so much playing to win in playoffs as playing to experiment, playing to test, that kind of thing? Like, do you buy that?
That's
code?
that's 1,000%. I don't think there's a doubt.
I buy it, but the problem is that some of the stuff I'm seeing iterated on, like their Ascent, they just didn't really change much. Like, they didn't change enough. Like they were playing the same comp, which is fine, but like they weren't changing enough for me to be like, oh shit, like they've really like really are practicing something different here.
Yeah, because I agree with that take, because I see people saying stuff like, well, FNATIC aren't even, well, I mean, some idiots are saying FNATIC aren't even trying, they're just, you know, saving strats or something. But I think the more like nuanced version of that take is they're allowing different maps through the veto, they're really trying to test like different ideas, that kind of thing. But when I watch them play, like I understand that theory, the hypothesis makes sense. But then when I watch them play, I'm like, but it's the same fucking FNATIC. They're not trying anything different. Like, they're still playing the exact... Even if you were going to change anything, maybe you'd have a compositional change, and that's really obvious. And there are a few that you could make to FNATIC's pools. But wouldn't you want to also change, like, to some degree, some of the style that you're going for, some of the tempo you're going for? Do you not want to practice, like, playing some fast rounds at all in matches before you go into champs? Like, it felt exactly the same to me. It didn't feel experimental.
Yeah, I agree. I see. I think that their Ascent isn't as bad as probably they feel, because obviously they've gone from like picking Ascent to now like banning Ascent. I felt like when I saw their Ascent against BBL, they actually had a B main default, which is like something that they probably came in thinking would be enough to fix their Ascent, and then obviously they got fully antied by the Teo. So I think their Ascent, they believe it's worse than it actually is right now, and they may even like overthink it so much that they have to change comp, which could also be a faster fix for what's going on. But I do agree, like when I look at their Sunset, especially if you're playing this comp, they're playing a Yoru, you're playing a Neon. Bro, the only reason you're playing a Neon on Sunset, at least on attack, is to just exploit timings top mid. Like you can absolutely be sending it top mid, and for that you need to do fast strats. Why are we not seeing fast strats? Why are we doing like slower stuff? I need to see Alpha sending it top mid with the wall, start doing the splits. That's why you play the Neon. So I do want to see that.
Do you know what their win rate is with Neon? I feel like you always know the
What do you
intriguing
wanna know?
stat with this kind of thing. FNATIC's win rate with Neon, because I feel like
On
it's
any map
really
or just
low.
Sunset?
I think any map, because they also ran it on Haven recently too, right? They changed their Haven comp to be running it, but it feels...
I can find that out for you.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to put you on a mission. I thought you maybe
No, I can be on mission.
would have it. Because it just stylistically seems so strange to me. They're great comps.
But I think it
But-
also matters like who's playing the Neon. Would you consider that to be important? Like, do you want Neon to like just Neon? Do you want Neon with double duelist? Do you want such as you you should know. It's not just Neon. Like I think
Yeah, but the sample will be so small.
yeah. Like the sample's going to be
I
very
think-
small.
I think the
And,
neon though indicates to me part of the. It's like a symptom of the problem that they can't at the moment change tempo, and I think neon is like the quintessential tempo shift agent, where you can play slow with it, but when you need to tempo up, you have to be like way tempo up, and you have to show some fast range in order to throw your opponents off. Like they can't always be content that you're not going to do anything until like a minute.
I should have just asked Boaster about this yesterday because he would have given a good answer. Like when I initially coached Boaster, when I started with him, he didn't want to be at IGL. He wanted to just make strats and just play. And I was like, well, you probably need to actually be an IGL if you want to be like in a good team or whatever. And his whole like style this first year and a half, like Summon FC was just like set strats. It was fast set strats. And so he's more than capable of like making those ideas and doing them and calling them. And to me, it is a surprise when you're playing like a Neon to not have that tempo shift. Because like people seem to think FNATIC can't play fast. I'm like, Bosa is one of the best micro strat makers in the world, if not the best. And so the idea
you can
that
understand why people think that.
Yeah, of course. But at the same time, if you watch any of the historical FNATIC before 2023, the style was a lot more. There was a lot more tempo.
Yeah.
Or even we played double duelist split and we have like some of the nicest XX and stuff. Like he can make those XX really nice. It's just sometimes just call them at the start of the round. I don't really know why they don't.
Yeah, they can lean into it for sure.
I get it in 2023 when like in 2023 like our team was like so good that to run fast strats meant you add variance because the other team could get lucky. Whereas now it's like the game, like everyone's a bit better and they're more equal in skill. You do have to just send a fast round sometimes.
And I think teams just know that they play like this. Like the loads of teams just save loads of util they don't use that much. And dude, even just look at how Giants, like they had sick prep on this sunset. They're playing 3 on the side, like A, and 2 over towards B. They don't even have to worry about middle until like 30 seconds in against a neon comp. It's like, mate, sometimes there should be neons up there within the first 5 seconds. Like they need to have that pressure. They didn't have to worry about it once. So I do think they can lean back into that. And Minnie's right, because when they used to play against FNATIC, they used to use fast strats all the time. Yeah. Like just fast set strats.
You remember,
you have this sword, just sending it.
We had a Breeze comp against Furia that was neon, Alpha Neon with Breach.
Yeah.
And it was every round was just set strat, and it was like beautiful. And it was just like they can do it. It's just they don't.
It's so underrated in this game. Like it's so good. It's so strong. The overwhelm in this game, like if it's well fought through, is strong as hell.
We are being quite doomer about them, but they've been like they made the grand finals. They had a decent chance of being able to win in Toronto. Do you think that they're going to be able to recover for champs and be like have a resurgence, be able to lean on their incredible experience, skill?
I think it will have to rely on that a lot more. Like obviously being part of them, like I know that. I don't think I've ever seen them with a map pool as questionable as this. And I think when I was coaching, we were pretty poor at recovering from instances in which we had map pool issues. And this is probably the biggest one so far. So if they do end up doing well, they can definitely do well. But I think it's going to come off the back of experience and individuals a bit more. And then hopefully the coaching staff and Boaster kind of fix as much as possible.
I think it's going to be a rough group stage, but at least they're going to have the group stage. And if they make it out, they will have a good tournament after that. But I think that they need, like now they've seen and everybody has seen the holes that are in the map pool. They know what they have to fix. It's almost everything, if not everything. So good luck, I guess.
Get to work, yeah. Jesus. I think they're just too skilled, man. They're too skilled. They probably still get like a top 4. Really,
top 4.
It's Alpha Cron.
God damn.
It's Alpha Cron, and they got 3 weeks.
Yeah, and when Alpha, like this is the perfect point for Alpha because like before he was so pissed off at Toronto that no one put him in his top 15, and I remember them putting him in the top 15 because I knew how angry he was. Like, and that made him like pop off, I think. and now everyone thinks they're kind of like they're being critical. I feel like that's when players like Alpha is gonna, like he's gonna lock the fuck in.
Alpha's got such a fire to win. Like when I
Yeah.
watched them play in that game, it still felt difficult. It still felt difficult for Giants to put them away on Sunset, and I think part of that was just like there was a desire from Alpha to. Was it on Sunset? Maybe it was on. Oh no, it was on Lotus. Maybe I'm thinking of. I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, it was on Lotus. It was on Lotus where it felt like they were coming back into it and like Alpha trying to bring the energy up, like shouting at the rest of the guys. You don't want to piss him off. He's like a bear. You don't want to make him angry.
Yeah.
Let's move. Oh, one final question on Fnatic, which you might know. Do we know their seed for sure yet? Like, is it a guaranteed thing?
What's the three?
I think it's third.
But they can still come fourth if Heretics come third. Wait, Heretics are out, right?
Yeah.
Heretics are
Oh,
out
okay,
now.
then yeah,
No,
they're
they're
fourth.
third.
Then
yeah.
they're third no matter what.
They're third no matter what. Man, their group could be so difficult. Or I mean, like they might create a group of death or something too. The groups for champs are going to be fucking nuts because of EMEA. Let's move on to discussing NAVI. This is another team that I'm excited to watch them. That game yesterday against Heretics was crazy.
So
what are you giggling about over there, Kaquka?
Oh, it's just it's round 3, Ace Icebox. Angel just walks over B. He sees Sova. He has a drone. He has a recon. He's playing against double duelists. He walks. He decides to walk, and he dies. And then Shao turns around and rests him. And that to me, and then Hero and Brooksy won every single duel. And that to me sums up Navi. And it's just like I close my eyes and I see it.
Wasn't he res twice as well in the first half?
That's what happened on round 3.
so-
I honestly went to get a Toblerone.
I think he was raised. I think he was raised both times.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
What?
Dude, it looked like
Where
an
was
aim
Shao?
diff.
Yo, Shao's shooting.
Yeah,
Shao,
finally.
like, I don't think he believed the entire year, but now he's like a couple matches away. He's like, I think I actually want to play this game.
Yeah. He just like woke up from cryo sleep.
The Haven was nuts. He had like 12 kills after the first 4 rounds. Something insane. It's just so stupid. Dude, it felt like an aim diff. Heretics were really off aim-wise. The amount of 2v-X's that they lost, especially in pistols, just the most important round in the half, of course, they lost a 2v3 and a 2v5 in their pistols to lose double pistol on Icebox. It's so criminal. And then another big buy round, they lost another 2v5. Holy shit. That's rough.
Yeah, it got to the point where when the coach Cam Webber just started laughing.
Yeah, he
like
started-
manically, like not laughing with joy,
Hysterically, yeah.
just like manically Joker style laughing, where he just lost his mind. Yeah, yeah. I just don't. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Heretics. We got to talk about Navi. Navi look good. I think that like we said, like I keep pushing this thing. They were like, Angel seems to have understood how to call with this kind of team, and it's just very, fundamental focused and simple, and Ruxic is the best player in the world right now, apparently.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and Heroes in insane form. Again, still, like 4 weeks now. 4 weeks in a row.
Mhm.
Just really, really strong form. The only reason we don't talk about him is because Ruxic's looking like the best. But Hero's right there. If Ruxic was just playing like average, they probably still were winning a good amount of these games, and we were talking about Hero. But Hero's playing incredible. And I think you're right, the calling's so good. The calling's great at the moment. It's just simple, but it's just like, we have this, dude, it's just how I think every person trying to learn how to be an IGL is probably the easiest to learn from Navi, because it is legit just, we have this, here's a set strat of what we want to do. Or it's just like a playbook of one of 3 strats. Which one do we want to do? We used this one last week. We haven't used this one yet. Let's just use that, and it just works so well. And I will say, Kat, I give you a clip as well. Like they were very good with the prep here as well. Like this is on Haven. They're going up against the double duelist comp, and obviously they're playing their Viper like Gen.G, right? They got their turret over towards C on defense, and so that they want to default to break your turret, and that they also, this comp on attack wants to farm orbs. It's double duelist comp. So they knew this default was going to come in, and the 3 pass and punish.
Yeah,
it just doesn't get affected by the one way. And like as soon as I saw this, I was just like, oh, they're really
in the
on it
perfect
right
round
now.
selection as well. Like you could run this
Yeah,
at
it's
any
the
point
most
in the half,
impactful.
but it's the perfect round.
Yeah,
It was delightful.
It's just good anti, and they kind of knew this was going to happen because I think on the pistol they went and found the drone as well. So yeah, I like it. And Navi have okay understanding of the Viper. They kind of use all 3 iterations of just guard wall, Gen.G wall, and then the C9 wall, and they kind of use different. But I think they only really look comfortable when they use the Gen.G wall at the moment. But this was still like a bang, and it's still a bang and half from them.
Yeah, I think Rooksik mates as well, because you were praising Angel's Calling whilst I was watching your stream, and I was just watching as a fan, and I was going back today to try and figure out some angles for broadcast. And honestly, Rooksik makes Angel's life so easy on attack because he just relentlessly lurks to the point where like he's pushing away like Yoru every time. Like Durka can be down sewers, and Rooksik is just dueling him, making him TP away, and then like Angel then gets to call whether or not they go A or not. And if he doesn't push anyone away, they just know it's weak side A, and he's just like grouping up it. Like I wish that like every team in the world would wish that Lurker is just doing that. Just the amount of relentless information. Like he's not even necessarily killing anyone. It's just the information is just absurd.
That's how Munchkin plays it on attack as well. And most people can't really replicate that just because he's a little wild with like his timings. But I think Ruxik's doing it really well.
Dude,
and
the clip that we just showed of it ending on an ace for Ruxic is just like poetry.
It makes no, bro. He has Viper ult. It makes no sense for him to be doing what he's doing. He's just like running at them like an idiot. He's just fucking Turkish player. Just if I was on the other team, I'd be like, this guy is so brain dead. But like ultimately, he's just killing us all. So I guess we're shit.
Yeah.
That's Coach Mini's come back out for a second there.
Well, it's like when you know every single scrim when we say Turkish people that like even like everyone on the team's like, oh, they're doing Turkish stuff, and we're that's just because they're doing Turkish stuff. It's like, yeah, but you're losing to it, you moron. Like that makes you worse.
See, that's what we used to do in our old team. Our manager would always make sure that he got a scrim against Turkish people, just so we're like first scrim of the day against the Turkish team, just so we're really on it, because they will swing through every single smoke, and it's like if you don't kill them, like you're the ship one. So
2023 we only scrim Turkish teams, and my anger would just go through the roof at the lack of growth mentality my team showed.
Let's go to the team that they knocked out 0-2 from playoffs. Let's talk Heretics, because they might not make champs. Holy shit.
Yeah.
To set the stage, I mean, it's still been like 750 days or something since they lost a group stage game. Their win rate in playoffs is usually still quite good. Like normally they make like a finals or something, and then they just fall at the final hurdle in EMEA. They've never won EMEA. They didn't even fucking come close this time. They just bombed out. They didn't win a map.
Yeah, they C9'd it.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, they had to play Icebox in both games, I think, right? So instant 0-1 down. That was a problem. Playing Yoru Icebox. I actually like low key. I'm not like the biggest like hater of Yoru itself on this map, but like it's a pretty crap comp. Like it doesn't really do much in my opinion. Like I don't think you need double dive on a map where there's nothing to dive towards. Like you're diving past where you got a plant. Like who cares? So I don't really get that angle. They just instantly lost there. I think like I was looking again, like because I'm a fraud, just look at stats. Like if you compare playoff stats to group stats, the only player that's good in playoffs is Gen.G consistently over the last 2 years. Woot falls off massively, and MIBR's obviously like inconsistent. But Woot I think is the biggest like talking point. I don't think people realize is like he consistently drops like 20%, 25%, 30% in stats.
Jesus.
That's
but
crazy.
I think that the most important thing was the keeping the perma in Corrode and not having Icebox ready. And the moment that it was exposed on day one, you're going against Navi. Afterwards, it's a map that they like. It was said and done that they were always going to start with a 0-1 deficit. So it is sad because obviously like ending the year like this for Heretics, I think that so many things have changed this year, and it looks like many teams are like not ready to go to champs. Like it's like they didn't finish their homework.
That map veto versus BBL was horrific. Like I love Neil and Weber, but like this map veto was terrible. Like they could legit have like won this game with a better map veto and then be in a position where like they're not in like the pressure situation of the lower bracket. Like
what do you hate about it?
BBL wouldn't have picked Corrode, I don't think. And then they picked didn't they pick Ascent into?
They picked a
They
Ascent,
picked
picked
yeah.
Ascent.
yeah.
And then in broadcast, like Powell's pretty much admitting that like they were gonna pick Ascent into Heretics that day.
Right, I see. Yeah.
Like they got 2-0 because like the BBL got to pick their 2 favorite maps basically in this map veto.
So, but I mean, the alternative would have been probably picking Haven, right? Is that
Yeah,
valid?
they would have picked.
They managed to get Haven 3rd there, so I
Yeah.
guess.
Well, I think because I think BBL match up nicely against Heretics
True.
in terms of like being good on the maps that also Heretics wants to play. I want to sell you some cope. I want to sell you the
Okay.
finest cope in the world
For who?
for Heretics. Because the complaint here is they're not ready for champs. The map veto sucks. How about this? It doesn't matter that they lost these games. They were deliberately allowing Icebox through because they know they don't have to play it at all. All they give a fuck about is hiding Corrode and making it pop at champions.
So they're risking
they've
their
actually-
entire year for this.
They might
Yes.
not make champs. That's the only
They're
issue
all
here.
inning. Yeah.
They've got a goated Corrode, and they're just begging they make it to champs.
No, it's
so
going to
they
be a
can
go to the
show it.
biz. It's going to be a go to the biz.
Yeah,
They will keep banning
Corrode.
Corrode.
That
They're
as
going to
well.
keep
There's
banning
a-
Corrode. Too many people are playing Corode too. They're doing it too differently. And EMEA, this, and that. They're just not going to play Corode.
It's far too much whimsy for me and Sliggy, I think.
Yeah, for
They're,
sure.
they're saving strategies for a tournament they might not make it to. You're not buying that?
No, it's mental. It's mental.
All right. I'll take it back to the drawing board. Explain to the people how they would make it at this point. What needs to happen?
They need
Liquid.
for it to be so they need GIANTX and NAVI to not make it to
Final.
final.
They need Liquid to win one game. That's it. Right.
Yeah, they need Liquid to win
Right.
one game.
So
Or overall win one game.
Yeah, two chances. They got to win one game.
Mhm.
why isn't that the same for BBL?
Because BBL
If
don't make
BBL
it 3
win one game.
points.
Yeah, but isn't it the same?
No, if BBL
Because
go
GIANTX
through,
or Navi could win to get to the
Oh,
They
final.
right.
get
If
more
BBL win
points
one
than them.
game and Liquid lose 2. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm a dumbass. Yep. Understood. Is that going to happen?
probably not.
Are they making champs?
Probably not, but at the same time, there's definitely a chance, dude. I mean, last week we've been calling it a solved. Like we know exactly what's going on. It's a solved region, and then literally none of us got any games right, so it
Yeah.
for sure could happen.
I wonder what the point of analysis is. Like, is there any point?
Yeah,
Like,
No.
I don't think
Minis.
Riot should hire me anymore. Like, there's no, I provide zero value. Like, genuinely, I should just do the art thing as like content
Yes.
every week.
Yes.
Yes.
That's my
Honestly,
I
only-
think you
Yeah.
should. Yeah.
Absolutely, you should. But don't tell Riot about that. We've been pulling the wool over their eyes for years.
Fair enough.
There's never been any point. There's never been any purpose. Sometimes I just lie awake and stare at my ceiling, wondering what the fuck I'm doing with my human potential. We're all wasting our time out here. But
oh, no doubt about that. Yeah.
It was looking at Picasso's paintings that really sent Josh over the edge.
That's true. Yeah.
The blue
it was.
depression.
It was the blue. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Karmine Corp fan. I'm self-reporting, really, aren't I? What do you think the best teams to send to champs would be from EMEA? For the highest
do we
chance,
still think
the
do
highest
we
chance-
still
highest
think
chance
top
of
3
success
plus
of winning.
BBL?
I
Have we
still
changed
think-
our minds?
It's still the top 4, right?
It still is Heretics, even though because they would get rid of this icebox. They get rid of this icebox, and then they're not insta down a map. Dude, that replay just tells you so much. when
that
the
to me
coach
is
is
a-
laughing,
that's the look of a
like
coach
11,
that's saving
3 down.
strats.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask this earlier about like group stages. Would you like when? Because obviously regionally we know that. Sorry, but yeah. That's the Weber club. We know that like Heretics and FNATIC are struggling, right? But like when the noobs from other regions, like the casuals, like see that FNATIC are going to be in a group of death or Heretics in a group of death, they're going to be like, oh my god, but it's still FNATIC and Heretics. So like, I guess the broader question to me is like, do you count like the fact that these great teams or once great teams could pop off in the group stage, or would you prefer a kind of inform good team but not great team? Like, who would you bet on in that situation?
The pop off.
Yeah.
The pop off. Okay. So basically,
Yeah.
we're saying
'Cause
that
the thing is,
it's going to be the standard 4 that should be at champs, and we don't care about.
Well, I guess,
GIANTX.
but
I
the
mean, it could
implication
happen,
of your
so-
answer there, Minnie, is that you think it's not possible for Giants or Navi to actually win. Like they can be good, but they can't win, is what you're implying by.
Sure.
Which
So
I mean,
so-
that's
yeah,
how I
would you
view it.
agree?
Like EDG at champs is more exciting, even if recently they haven't been amazing.
Yeah.
Sure. So
Yeah.
basically, we've answered the question.
Oh,
it's,
boy.
it's the same top 4 that we had at the start of the year.
What can go wrong? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh god, incredible. Let's talk briefly about the French teams that failed to make it to Paris. We've already discussed Gentlemates. They have left their legacy upon EMEA. They truly have. But Karmine Corp and Vitality.
Who would Gentlemates be as a painting is the question.
Oh yeah.
That's a good one. It's got to be one that's unfinished painting.
Yeah, unfinished. It's got to be an
Yeah.
unfinished painting.
Yeah. I'm not smart enough.
It
Oh,
wasn't.
Minnie,
Wait,
this
wasn't
has to
that?
be you,
is-
mate.
Well, I'm not.
I
I'm not
thought
this-
that was. Isn't that a theory that the Mona Lisa was something like that? Was like an. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
but that's
right.
got too much mystique for Gentlemates, I think.
Right. Yeah, it does. Yeah. That sly smile. Minnie, have a ponder about it while
I
we
will, I'll
discuss
come
Karmine
back,
Corp
yeah,
and
sure.
Vitality, and we'll come back
Sure.
to this. We'll come back to this.
Have a
The French
research
teams
session.
have failed to make it to Paris. They didn't get it past the first round. I would say that KC at least had more life in them than Vitality did, but perhaps you
Yeah.
disagree. Perhaps that's my cope show.
But like Casey, like they closed the year just like they played the rest of the year. They were very close to winning and losing every single one of their matches. You know, like they haven't had a single easy day at the office this year. I feel like so.
They got whacked on Bind. They got whacked on that second half of Bind. But the rest of what I was watching was entertainment. It was entertainment.
It was so winnable for Corrode though. They actually
was,
probably
yeah.
should have 2-0'd them. It was.
They
a little
lost
bit gutting.
double pistol on first map, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they went
In this
1-on-1
raid.
on Corrode, but lost a bonus, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess they won the bonus as well, so what the fuck does it matter? But yeah. Dude, the problem is that comp is batshit insane from Karmine Corp.
Which one?
And
sorry?
also, which one?
the Brim
The
Corrode.
double smoke
Mean.
triple
Okay, yeah,
initiator
the Brim
corrode
Corrode.
comp, Sliggy.
Hey, but I will say the Brimort
crack
on
pipe
B's.
comp.
The Brimorts on B is pretty cool. Everything else, not so much. But I thought
you're
the
saying
Brimort
that-
on B was. Dude, they had some
Yeah.
alright stuff with it. They had some alright stuff with
On
it.
the
I
attack
would-
side.
Yeah. When they had
What
ults.
did they have? Yeah.
No,
they're-
every
they're
time,
awful.
every time if they get through the choker B, they should be winning the round. Because the Brimort fills up all the B and then you're
Do you mean
behind the
A?
smokes.
So they can win when they have Brim.
Do I mean
Is
A?
that the
Yeah, I
one
do mean
condition?
A. Yeah, I mean A.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. You're confusing me.
Yeah,
Yeah, you mean
yeah.
A. But
I
I was
confused
confused
myself.
because fucking Alfie, I played inside the site the second time they had the Brimult. It was like pattern
Yeah.
recognition was going wrong. That he
And then
knows
he
that
got
they
stuck in the
Brimulted last
corner.
time, and then he
Yeah.
just gets stuck in the corner. But that was like the only strat I can remember that worked at all for them on the attack.
Yeah.
Did they have anything else?
No, not really. They didn't go.
Walking
They
on
didn't go
mid.
mid much though, right?
They did. I don't think you want to look back at that.
The
It
mid?
was
yeah.
just like just.
There was a
Oh,
round
it
they
was
went
weird.
mid for like they
Oh,
timed.
dude.
We did it on broadcast. They took a timeout and then stood mid for a
Yeah.
minute.
I
Yeah.
I remember
very
this as well.
awkward.
I remember getting really tilted because it's like, okay, I remember looking at this comp and explaining to the chat, and I was like, guys, you're gonna see K Corp on attack. They're gonna be farming orbs on the Omen. We've never seen this before. One of the best maps for attack Omen ults.
Yes!
Drag them away from the
Yes!
choke points. And then I'm watching Sugetsu
No.
hold his Omen ult for
didn't
like
use
4
one.
rounds.
He didn't use it the whole time.
I'm just like, this is your best ult. How do we not have a set ult round for this? On the comp, where you
it's
have
crazy.
no duelist. The only
Bro,
thing
you
that can
can-
actually take them away from
Oh,
the
okay.
chokes.
True.
Yeah,
But wouldn't
and
you
then
just
you're
run a
watching-
Brim ult at that point?
Mate, Omen ult. On Corrode? To actually get through a choke
you
with
still
no
got-
duelist.
Because me and
still-
TMV are co-streaming, and we're like, they're
How are
going
you
to
struggling to get through a choke with 3 initiators?
They're going to stim
You
beacon
got no
up mid
duelist.
and Omen ult behind them in mid. And we were like, you can set up the most insane crunch in mid with this. And they just never did it.
I think it had potential, man. I just think it didn't deliver much.
Sentinels ran a strat where they Omen TP'd into like, what do you call the like tuning fork in mid?
Excuse me.
Like, you see the top of mid, but it's not the top connected to B. It's like the bit that turns into a tuning fork at the top.
Oh, okay, yeah, and they went to
See,
one side of it. Yeah,
Yeah, into like
That was
deep
really
into
cool.
one side of that with the Omen ultimate, and then they pressure mid from both sides.
I mean
It's
that
like
would have been nice.
cool idea. And I was like begging Sugetsu to do something like that, or go deep into spawn on a site or something.
It was blowing my mind that that's like the ult that I would probably consider prioritizing, like just because of the your comp. And to the fact that he had his ult for like 4 rounds and didn't use it, and they didn't have a set plan of it, is mind-boggling.
What is this Sadak or is this Eng? Because the
all
crackhead
of them.
comps have been coming
All
out
of them.
all year, haven't they?
I mean,
I wish we knew, like properly knew,
Yeah, we
like
don't.
who,
Yeah, we
like,
don't know.
because
I'm suspecting
Yeah.
it's Sadak though at this point, because he was doing some bonkers shit with Loud at the end of his tenure there as well.
bro, but Eng's always doing crazy shit too. Like it's-
Yeah, we
like I'm so
combined two of
annoyed
them.
with both of them. Like both have
By
got
the
so
way,
much
does he-
potential, but
Does Eng know what leave with no compensation means in English? Like he's down to leave with no pay.
Yeah, I think so.
Have they not been paying him all year?
No, as in like
Yes.
normally
No, he
what-
means
Yeah,
like-
like he's
in a
no,
contract you might have like if
like
you
severance,
Bench
no,
clause.
yeah, like
you know.
everyone has 3 months now basically. But like if
Right.
you-
No,
if you get-
no.
if
It's
you get
like-
kicked up.
I think they have him until like 2027.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they have him on a guaranteed like
I
until
don't know. I'm not
27.
1,000% sure. on that.
German law works differently, Siggy. Since
Oh, okay.
partnership, your contract is until you end the contract, but you get half pay usually
Oh,
because
damn.
German law actually respects their workers. So
Holy
Yeah.
shit,
you
man! Get
can
on
kind
that
of farm it.
Mini. You should cash in on a big
Bro, I
contract.
should have signed an extra long FNATIC
Yeah,
contract. I
dude.
fucked up, man. Like
You
I
really
really
fucked
screwed
up.
up. I was like,
Holy
why do I want to
shit.
sign an extra, like a longer contract? It means my negotiations could be terrible. Oh wait, I could have been on like half a salary for 2 more years,
Holy
doing
fuck.
nothing.
But also,
So-
yeah, Eng is on contract until 2027.
Oof. But dude, as long as he,
Yeah,
if he just
it's-
did normal comps, he needs. It's like was it Angel with Ardis, and Ardis used to just be like, Angel, you're not fucking playing these comps. Like just play normal stuff. They need someone like that to just be like,
He needs a no
"Mate,
guy.
We're not playing. We're not. Yeah, we need a no guy. We're not playing that. That's
And
mental.
ironically, I think last week to Bear, I said to her, if I could just choose the comps for Eng, they would be like really good. Like just let me just decide, or just let just let someone else decide. Just
Yeah,
anyone, to be honest with you.
a normal one.
Yeah.
Let's move on because I feel like Karmine Corp's season has been disappointing, I would say, for the quality of the team and what they put together. Like, especially missing out on champs when the group stage is going to be held in their like arena. That is a really major disappointment. But I think it pales in comparison to the lack of fulfilling potential that you see from Vitality, from the French team right next to them, and especially I would imagine when it comes to the monetary aspect of it too, because this Vitality roster was star-studded and kind of ends the year still with the 3 players that are the most like the faces of the team at the beginning too, with Les, Durka, and Safe. They brought Safe back, but they still got first rounded and didn't win a map.
Did they?
Does
trick
that
us?
make it a bad decision though, or was it just inevitable anyway?
I felt like I got tricked, man, because they're like 6-man roster coming in, and then it was just like, well, Safe's playing every map. I was like, okay, so
Yeah.
you actually kind of just replaced him. You just didn't really tell us. Is what happened.
I felt really. It's a weird feeling because I would have liked to see the closing of the year for Kovac, because I feel like they kind of like fucked him over. I think that they could have had a little bit of a run if they kept him, or I would have liked to see if they could have, because we've seen it before, and I think especially with now the Ascension teams going down, like there are some players that we might have gotten for like a year, and just because they didn't make a good impression or they didn't perform just as good as some Rucksack or this in a rookie, we're not going to see again. So to me, it's kind of like the last taste that we get of Kovac is that he was replaced going into playoffs, and
Yeah.
even like that, Vitality couldn't win.
I'm hoping that
No.
people realize that Vitality have treated their rookies kind of badly. Like Sivov probably was, pretty decent, and then
Yeah, I think
Kovac,
he was
thought
good
was doing
enough.
alright.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I'm hoping that people read between the lines here a little bit and don't over adjust to that.
I
personally.
think it benefits the rookies that they didn't play a full season, because I think it's much easier to write them off when you've seen a full season of it. But I think it's harder to write people off when they've only played You know, how many games even was it? Like four games, something like that. 5.
Yeah, pretty much.
I just didn't
So-
think that the calling ever got that much better. Dude, all I wanted to see from them, dude, if they adopted Angel's way of calling, man, it would have been so much easier for them this year. Just use an ult when you get it, have a set plan. You've got 3 of them, pick one, spin a wheel if you don't want to make a decision. It would have been so much better.
The attack sides are pretty poor. to be
The
honest
attack
with you.
sides are shit.
Yeah, it was they defaulted all the time, and then they didn't seem to have like scripted finishers or good XX for Derka to do his thing. Like it was just random Muto a lot of the time. I think that if they just had more set kind of stuff, probably would have been better.
They kept on getting picked when they were going into the defaults as well. So it's like you got an ult coming into this round. You actually have ult advantage. They run a default. They then get picked, and it's like, do we now use the ult into like a 4v5? Dude, just use it, especially when it's like these Euro comps. Use the ult straight away. Have a set strat. There's a reason that people are TPing and then ulting and then going to the TP because the Euro can't die. It's safe. Just go for set strats.
A lovely little bit to finish on there for EMEA.
I do have one thing. We've got a painting ready for a gentleman.
Oh, beautiful.
lovely.
Beautiful.
I actually haven't seen this one before, but it's called The Adoration of the Magi, Da Vinci. As you can
Okay.
see at the bottom there, it's again the resolution not amazing, but
No,
like
it's too dark.
Whoa, it should
wait,
be
one
dark,
sec,
surely.
One sec. On my screen, what I'm looking at is a bit brighter, but I think you could see that the first 12 rounds happening at the bottom of this image. You know, looking kind of getting there, looking kind of beautiful in places, and then I think around the top you can see that post 12 round. What's going on? A child is sketching something in the background there.
Okay.
Da Vinci
Beautiful.
slammed.
Yeah. Mini roasts Da Vinci for being lazy.
Wait,
Yeah, hurry up, finish it. It took you years.
Isn't there a meme of like it's like half a horse and then the other
Yeah.
half of the horse is like a child drawing like the end of the horse? Surely that's gentleman.
That's good actually, Siggy.
That's
That is the best. Yeah, that's good.
dude, I could do
That's
this
really
shit.
good.
Yeah.
What was the?
I think we
there's
should make
another-
a podcast. We should make a different podcast. We need an art
I mean,
podcast.
this is fantastic. The Art Valorant podcast. Valorant? No, there's something there though. There's something there. Let's go into predictions, shall we?
Valorant.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah,
Valorant.
I was thinking
That's
of
the
the one
guy.
with the series. Yeah, that goes like that. Yeah.
That's sick.
Like,
That's
oh, it's so
gentlemen.
beautiful.
12 rounds on the right. Oh boy.
Smiley. It would be an unhappy face, I think, though. If I was
Yeah, that's
thinking
true. Yeah.
Not so smiley.
Let's move on to our predictions. So we have the viewer report card that we need to take a look at. We had our last week's games, and the viewers got a chance of voting on the match of the week. The last week's China match of the week, because Pacific wasn't happening, was XLG versus DRG.
Uh-oh.
And they expected XLG to win, which is, I think, based from our viewers, but unfortunately wrong.
That's messed up.
This one is particularly
Unfortunately
egregious because I scheduled this post after the game ended, and they still got it wrong.
No way.
After
Oh,
the game
boy.
ended.
Yeah, I woke up in the morning. I'm like, oh no, the game was over.
So-
Whatever, they'll get a free pick. And then now I set this up
Guys.
last night. I'm like, how did they get it wrong? The game was over when we posted it.
That's outrageous. 3,775 votes, 50% of you. My goodness, guys. There's almost
This-
2,000 of you.
This explains that. I mean, this showcases that more. We need to be doing more China coverage because the people have no fucking clue. They're not watching. They're
They're not even checking the results.
They're not even looking on VLR for the results, man. They don't give a fuck. They're just clicking on the one with the shiny star.
Jesus.
Okay, don't worry. We'll get you indoctrinated. We'll get you appreciating Chinese Valorant. That is fucking insane. All right, let's have a look. Last week's EMEA match of the week was FNATIC versus BBL, which was
And?
a banger, and 82%. But to be honest, I mean, didn't we give this a guarantee as well?
Oh,
And
yeah,
we were talking about
surely.
how fucking stupid
I think
we
you
are
gave
for
two
guaranteeing
wonderful
it.
guarantees, and yeah.
Yeah, we'll let them
God.
off this week. Fine.
Yeah, the viewers are just as dumb as we are this week. So we're going to have Pacific, obviously China's finished, but we'll have a Pacific match of the week for you to vote on. We'll have an EMEA match of the week for you to vote on as well. But our EMEA matches to open,
BBL.
we've got Giants against NAVI. That's what we're going to start with.
Oh.
I'm worried about this one because I think, yeah,
No.
there it is.
Oh.
I did, and I was
It's
thinking
a
in my head, I
solved
was like,
region, Sliggy. It's
Oh,
a
for
solved
fuck's sake.
region.
I knew we were all going to do this as well, and I didn't even change my pick because I was like, I still
I
think
think you can't
Navi's going to
change.
win.
I don't think you can change. I think you have to go with your bet,
Yeah.
even if it's. I don't like this dodging of like, you know, if you believe it, you should go for it. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Just accept that we are stupid.
Yeah.
And the analysis doesn't matter. Our point is
Exactly.
purposeless. Minnie has undermined every reason for my existence
Do
with
we,
the episode today.
Do we even give Navi a percentage higher than Giants here? Or is it straight 50-50? So my books, this is a 50-50.
You think this is a 50-50?
Oh, okay, that's fair.
See, I don't.
I actually
Why?
prepared this
Why do
one.
I feel better about Navi when Giants beat them?
Yeah, I don't know. You got to tell me
I
that
don't
one.
know. I don't.
I
but
think it's
I
because
can't answer
you
I don't
haven't been
know.
given like a clear. I think that what Mini was bringing up of like in GIANTX, like you will have this player or this player or this player like popping off, but you do not see like a Ruxic or a Hero. There's like, yo, this
Because
guys, they're gonna destroy them. There's no way.
Hero went -20 against them last time.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's the cope.
But also, I kind of think that Ara and, I mean, in the most recent game, Flickless too, but Ara can be that person you're talking about, Kaquka, where they're like dominating the game. But
Yeah, but then why is his stats like so in the middle? That means he's going up and like he's literally
Yeah,
up
he
and
is,
down
yeah.
He's just not
so
consistent.
drastically.
yeah,
Consistent.
yeah, he is.
But actually, Flickless won the last map against Navi. The Ascent was a lot Flickless.
He's a beast.
Yeah.
The last time they played, they won on Haven and Ascent, Giants, and that was what, a week ago?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it
like
wasn't even
4
that
days
close on
ago.
those maps, right? They smashed
No.
them, didn't they? Yeah.
Are we? I
Bro,
mean, this
Aura
is
went plus
indefensible.
18. Like I think I think it's defensible. I think that when I watched Navi today on Haven, like I think the Heretics are pretty bad, but like I thought that Navi are doing okay. I don't need to watch his VOD back, but let's see how Aura's got 30 kills. Aura got 30 kills. Like that's pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, look,
Copium,
we've
like
guaranteed
analysis
it.
doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Like
Yeah.
we're wrong.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's move on to our next game though. In the upper bracket, BBL playing against Team Liquid.
Thank you,
Really?
thank you, Josh.
We were.
Because-
If I had gone the other way, we would have guaranteed against BBL again.
Yeah.
But it is so good because the idea in my head is that BBL loses, goes into the lower bracket, but they win and then they get to the final again and then they win they win against Team Liquid. That in my head is like the perfect narrative. But I honestly think if I didn't have that narrative, I would have voted exactly same as you, Josh. I just want this narrative to occur. So
We haven't seen very much of Liquid. They've only played the one game in playoffs, and they squeaked it. They squeaked it, man. Obviously, they pounded map 1, but the maps where they got pushed were like real close. Whereas I'm looking at BBL, fucking zipping past, looking phenomenal in the games against FNATIC and Heretics. I feel good about this pick.
I was looking at it from the veto perspective, and I thought
All
that
right.
Team Liquid had a much better veto, but then looking at it, it's not so good for Team Liquid. But the copium is that if Ascent gets played, I do think Team Liquid have their comp beats what BBL were doing before the triple initiator. So like they will BBL have to switch from triple initiator. I think KO against that comp, if they want to go A main every round, the KO just knifes you.
Yeah.
Like,
but do you think the
you're
Team
dead.
Liquid is going to pick Ascent?
No, I think they'll pick Bind if it's open.
Yeah. So how does Ascent happen? Is what I mean. You mean it's
Bad
the
map.
Ascent
maybe,
would happen
yeah.
if BBL pick it or it goes third.
Yeah, but because of what you're
I
saying,
asked,
do you
like, this
think
is the thing.
BBL would...
I asked you earlier. I was like, "What do you think of this veto?" You know, with
Honestly,
prepping?
Honestly,
ignored.
I
Just
was
ignored.
yes, because I was so tired, Mini, and I cannot
started
get
typing?
home. I cannot
Started
get home
typing?
after the week I had and be like, "Do you want to talk about Valorant a little bit more? Yeah, let's talk about this map meeting for next week."
Wait. You started typing, and then
I started typing, and then I was like, "I don't want to
no.
do this to myself. I
He's like,
deserve
"Nah."
a break."
We got a meeting tomorrow.
Yesterday,
We got
everybody
plans
was like,
tomorrow.
"Come have a drink, come this, come that," and I was like, "Guys, I love you, but if I hear anything else about Valorant today, I will quit." So yeah, that's why I left you on red. I'm sorry.
Dude, you went to type and then stopped.
Yes, I started typing and I was like, "Oh, I can't engage," because I know that if we start this conversation, this would be like hours on end on like a lot of things, and I was
I
like,
think it's
"No."
just. I think it's crazy to expose somebody that you saw them pop up with the typing and then disappear. That's,
Yeah, Minnie's just there, just like,
wild.
"Oh my god, a reply," and then it's nothing.
That's how desperately lonely I
just
am.
waited
Is,
all
is as soon
night.
as someone
Minnie's
starts
glued to
replying, I'm just like, oh my god,
It's happening.
someone's replying to me finally.
He's sat there in his palace of artwork. He's just living in the Louvre. That does it for our EMEA segment. It has been a fucking awesome playoff so far in EMEA, though.
So good,
I've
yeah.
enjoyed it
Yes.
so much. It's been so fun to watch. I have no idea who's going to make it as well. Like every other region is, I guess there's like one team in Americas that we don't know who's going to make it. But Pacific feels pretty solved. China, we've already got locked. EMEA is fucking
Why did
crazy.
everyone predict against NRG on the broadcast?
Because they're
Everyone-
mugs.
I don't know, because they're crackheads. I predicted
Yeah.
NRG.
Yeah.
We'll ask
Analysis,
them. You know what?
analysis
We'll ask
does
them.
matter. Us three are just,
Yeah.
I presume Bear too. Are you going to get on this? NRG? You're a Bonkar fan. We're
Yes,
all.
but I won
NRG.
bunker in EMEA,
Oh, okay.
not in America.
So
Damn,
you
you
want
want
to
to fail.
fail his downfall?
I know.
That's
At some
messed up.
point, even if it fails, I don't care. I will be here waiting for the
Well-
return of the one king.
We're going to
One
bring in
true king.
Dryad, Goldenboy, and Wyatt. And all... well, actually, I don't think we got the pred from Wyatt, but I think the other two both voted for LEVIATAN to win. So we'll get to
Crazy.
roast them. We'll get to roast them. That's beautiful. Thank you for joining us, Mini Sliggy Kaquka. Appreciate it very much. And I presumably we'll go to a quick break in order to swap people
Yeah,
out,
let's
because
do a
we're,
quick
we're
break.
doing a full triple swap.
Thank you everybody for coming on.
Thank you guys.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you guys.
See you guys.
See you soon. Bye bye.
All right.
That art segment was insanely good.
Yeah, we got to do it again. Again, if you are a member, you can ask us questions. If it's you can literally copy that question if you want. We'll do it again.
Yeah, I mean, cool thought from Stuk.
Let me
I think I
get
got his
Dan
name on
in
there,
here.
but from Spooks, yeah, from Spooks.
Golden Boy and Wyatt.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't see
Hi.
you on my end. That's so weird that I can hear you. Hold on. Could you reconnect, Dan? Sorry.
What the?
All right, this is the America's Comedy segment, everybody.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I just read someone in chat. And I just
Oh,
with my own.
what do you mean by that?
Yeah, what do you mean by that? This is a serious region. We're gonna win champs. Top 4 in champs. Let's go. All right, we're
All
waiting
4
on
teams,
DB
top
and-
4 in champs.
Yeah.
Do you think that'll ever happen?
No. And with Americas?
No, not necessarily. Like any region. Do you
Oh.
think any region will ever get all of the top 4?
No. I feel like the fourth is always fraudulent.
EMEA nearly did it at Champs 21. They got 3 out of 4 top spots, which is fucking crazy. But that was also like eons ago.
Who were the top three then? I can't remember.
It was Ascend, Gambit, and
Oh.
Liquid.
Oh.
And then it was Crew, with the other team in the top 4.
That's true. Wow, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was their first big, like, crazy run.
Hello,
I still remember that game
Goldenboy.
against Gambit.
Hello, do
So
you
good.
hear me?
I do.
Hey, is that all I need to do? Nothing else?
That's
Well,
all
you
you
have to
need to
then
do.
talk for a
Join
while.
Video Ninja and preferably talk sometimes.
Oh,
You don't
shit,
have
dude,
to.
that's
Like,
great.
we
Oh,
can't
yo,
make
can I
you.
curse? Can I saw like, you can't
You
curse in
can
the first
swear.
5 minutes. Great.
Only
Hell
the
yeah.
first 5 minutes of like the entire show, so don't worry about
Okay.
it. Don't worry about
So
it.
YouTube
Alan
changed it.
had that covered.
Yeah,
It was good.
exactly.
I think
Exactly.
YouTube policy changed very recently where you can swear. Well,
Oh, you
I want to
can?
keep the policy.
should test
for
it.
Our integrity. We should
Let's
test
fucking
it.
go. Nah.
What an insane way that would be for like GB to get fired from esports forever. He just starts dropping slurs to test whether or not we're going to get demonetized. Just
Let's see,
insanity.
how far can I go?
Jesus. GB's contemplating some crazy shit right now. I see him with his hand on his chin. All right, we got Wyatt here, so I'm going to swap to the thing. Hello.
Hi.
Wow, that was loud.
I'll turn you down. There we go.
I'm just so grateful and excited to be a part of history. You know,
Okay.
And what is that part of history?
that we're recording the longest podcast of all time. Guinness World Record book type shit. Me, like, surely, me waiting for 12 p.m. start. Oh, 1.
Me when he put my alarm
Bro.
at 9:30. Oh, good.
What were y'all? There's no way there was that much to talk about,
Do you
man.
want to know? Do you really want to know what happened?
We were slightly.
I heard.
We were a little bit late, and it might have been because like we were gonna start with China, so we got on one of the casters from China, Alan, who's who's great. I told him to turn up basically for when Americas begins. I didn't didn't give him the correct time at all, and then just had to like desperately message him like, "I don't suppose you're
good.
available a bit earlier, are you?" I'm just an
Really
idiot.
good.
You're
I'm
just
just
a
an idiot.
douche.
And then EMEA is banging, so we were yapping about EMEA.
That art segment was an all timer. I'm gonna tell you right now, it was a flat out all timer.
You need to give us you and Wyatt need to give us wrestlers,
pro wrestlers.
Like
yeah, I was gonna
pro
say
wrestlers
we should do
that
pro
are-
wrestlers.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in.
And
The
then
whole time.
I
I'm
want
down.
Dan to give us
Say
philosophers,
less.
philosophers that go with a VCT team.
Right.
That one sounds a little bit more
I
compelling
definitely
than
can make an
Sweaty Man.
association with our VCT teams in a philosopher in time.
Wow, what team, Dan? What team do you think Socrates most represents?
I'm thinking.
All
I
right,
feel
we'll
like
get
it
back
has to
to
be
it.
awful.
We'll jump back to it.
And here's my ass looking up Socrates. Hold on. Let's see.
Yeah. Dude, Golden Boy thought that was a D's nuts joke. He's okay.
Because now I
let's-
gotta find a way to do it next time.
Dude, let's get cracking with Americas. Let's talk MIBR to start, man, because
Okay.
this week in some way is defined by the fact that they have qualified, but also like it's not even that they needed the perfect bracket. They just needed like a very reasonable bracket, and they got exactly what they needed. Like it got as clean as it could possibly get
Yeah.
for MIBR to make it through.
We did a pre-show segment called MIBR's Perfect Bracket, and then it
Yeah.
happened.
And then there,
Yeah.
but
Just
then
exactly
there
that.
were
It was
like
exactly that.
15 different versions
Bruh.
of the perfect bracket. And we only showed one. And it was not
Also,
exactly that, but it's okay.
I'm gonna get
Yeah, but it's
myself-
basically the same.
I'm gonna
No.
give myself some flowers because that was my
Okay.
that was my pitch.
Yeah, it
That
was-
bracket was my pitch. I remember saying, or was it the name that I came up with? I think it was the name.
He doesn't remember.
It was all you, GB. It was all you.
Actually,
I don't know.
made the whole show, guys. I don't know if you know this or not.
GB's he's got such a big ego on him these days.
I
It's
just-
unbelievable. It's unbelievable, man. Is this MIBR team any fucking good though? Are we just sending?
Yeah.
I've been
are we sending a good
bouncing
team?
back and forth as to whether or not I feel like I'm satisfied they're going, getting a shot at redemption, or should we send another team? But honestly, I've come to the conclusion that they deserve it. And I'm not confident that another team would necessarily be so much better on paper right now that they are a clear-cut better send for Americas. I think that MIBR are had displayed enough at the end of that stage as well, after bouncing back, to make me believe that they should definitely have that slot. And that, that period of time for Toronto and the couple of weeks after returning were just a small period of time, and otherwise what's been a pretty solid year overall.
I'm gonna say my only I agree with pretty much like everything you said, especially because when we had Fraud on the desk, we had an opportunity to like catch up with him and stuff, and he said a few times the whole I never sat at home and qualified for a tournament. That felt weird, which I could totally see how that's the case. But it would just feel weird to not have champs and not have Ospas there, so I'm kind of okay with it.
Yeah, that's so true.
And then on the other side,
we should just rig who makes it a champs based on the most iconic players.
That's fine.
I agree.
That's what Chobra wants to do in Pacific.
Yeah, I agree.
Hello,
get texture
Pro wrestling. What do you? We plan everything out. You know what I mean? But I will say this though. After this weekend, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily agree that MIBR going is like representative of the top four, because I actually do, and we'll talk about them later, but I do think NRG and Cloud9 actually make a pretty solid case to be like, if you told me the top four we were sending was going to be Sentinels, G2, NRG, and Cloud9, I'd be like, oh damn, America's got a shot.
I agree.
I have come to the same conclusion as Wyatt, that I think it is good that the system rewards earlier on in the year, and I think that it's also made the qualification period more exciting, the way that we have these champs points. But my big gripe is, why the fuck have we got a different tiebreaker to every other region? What?
Oh yeah, could you explain that to me, because my brain wasn't able to process that.
So the tiebreaker that we have in Americas is the tiebreaker on champs points is that it's your head-to-head throughout the entire year. So MIBR's got a better head-to-head against all the rest of these teams that are all going to be tied at 10 points.
Okay.
So they're gonna
because
go.
of stage one.
Is it? Sorry, 9 points. They're all tied at 9 points because they were good in kickoff. They were good in stage one. Like they've just beaten them more times. But also they didn't make it to playoffs this time, so they didn't play against the other teams. So MIBR have not had an opportunity to lose to NRG or C9 right now because they never even made it to the spot where they could. The rest of the regions have, the further you go in stage 2 playoffs, that is the tiebreaker. So in any other region, we are sending NRG and C9. So that's the part that I think is horrendous. Like, we gotta fix that. No matter which way you go, like whichever tiebreaker you pick, you just gotta make them the same for every region. You can't possibly have different rules for different regions. That's just insanity. But
for it. Like,
I think just probably oversight, if I had to guess. It's probably just they forgot to update something somewhere, or forgot to
not oversee
across. Yeah. I mean, I would guess that. But in terms of like actually performing, I was impressed with MIBR's game against NRG when they played in the groups. I thought that one, even though it was a 2-0 loss, I thought that MIBR played quite a good game here, and I thought that NRG were very good in this game. If MIBR are bringing this level, and remember that this was right before MIBR also beat Loud, so I think they're out of their slump personally, and I think they could be a bit rejuvenated. Like you were asking Fraud, like, does it feel like you're playing with house money now? I think there's a chance that I'm not writing them off entirely for getting out of groups. Like, I think they're just a little bit worse than NRG C9, not a lot worse.
Yeah, and they also have like, like we know like what Ospas is capable of, you know what I mean? Like when Ospas hits his like peak, if he gets into the form, then I think like, their highs can be higher than NRG C9 as it stands right now. But we'll see. I mean, but I'm looking at the game now, and you're right. I mean, Ospas just went crazy this game. Like, the overall match was nuts. It was so close. I forgot this one.
Yeah, Ospas had I feel like I got everything in the last few games of MIBR that I would have wanted to see to feel pretty all right about them going to champs, which is that Ospas completely bounced back. He played a few excellent series in a row, was consistent in all the final 3. They had a guy step up to bring the team mental back in Cortesia. They desperately needed that. Check. And then, even against Loud in the last week, they didn't win a single pistol round in that BO3, and they 2-0'd them. That's still a pretty impressive feat to be able to 2-0 Loud, who were closely contending with everyone, kind of wildcard team in the group, and they flat out 2-0 them without winning a pistol. Like I feel like there's enough there for me to chew on that I feel all right about them going. I think the final missing thing for me is if they can operate like this, and if if Verno can find his footing individually while calling, I think that might be the final piece of the puzzle for them to be a very solid team at Champions, given that this bounce back from their fall off keeps their mental in a good place and they don't slip back to where they were at Toronto.
Let's move on to talking about some of the teams that we've actually been watching this week, though, rather than dwelling on MIBR.
Yes.
Let's start with our upper bracket.
True.
We are still a 2-team region. Like as much as NRG, C9,
Unless.
MIBR.
I disagree.
Okay. Well, we've got the fucking counter arguments coming immediately.
This might be too biased, though.
No,
just because.
Send it.
No, not me. I'm just saying in general, we need like a Sliggy here to kind of rebalance it out, bring us to reality. Too many America's talent on one segment. This is dangerous.
Okay.
The best region in the world.
This is the most Americans we ever have on the Americas segment, really.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, two of us.
Felt like I was
two Americans.
Necessary to do it. Yeah,
Dan
represents Americas.
Dan, what the fuck do you mean by we're the best region in the world?
We're the best region in the world. I think Sentinels is going to win champs. I already said it. You guys think it's bait? You guys think I'm trolling? I do generally think this is an incredible team. And I feel like, I don't know. I feel like the matches for Energy and Cloud9 when they were playing G2 and Sen, it could have gone either way. They were incredibly close. And I feel like that shows the growth that the other teams had that I feel like for the beginning of the year, we didn't really have at all. And I mean, we're the best region in the world. What do you want me to say?
Damn, son.
The truth, I think. But
I mean, like
maybe that is.
though.
I
Maybe
want
that
to
is the
support
truth.
her a little bit, and I don't know if I can go as far as say best region in the world, Dan, if I'm being honest. But I do think that we are a lot stronger than we give ourselves credit for as a region. I think that the teams are a lot looking at, like, especially what we've been seeing out of C9. Because I've been I know we'll talk about them later on, and this is more about Sentinels and G2, but just about them real quick, we're seeing some like actual, growth out of them as like competitors, as people, net being loud and stuff. We'll talk later about that. And then I think that's also just because of the fact that Sentinels and G2 just play at such a high level, and they've really set such a standard that it's one that I think a lot of teams can aspire to reach. They've said it, and you kind of see how they lay it out there with the way that they talk with one another, the way that they game plan things, the way that their coaching staff operates. It's a little bit of the blueprint, I mean, FNATIC did it as well. Like you see what are the pieces that are working, and they're just, everything is humming, everything is working. And I think it's allowed the teams that were in the mid card, Wyatt, so to speak, it's allowed those teams, I think, the middle of the pack teams to be able to like really hit some higher highs as a result of that.
Okay, all right. I'm picking up the positivity. I'm picking it up out here.
I thought you were supposed to be Mr. Positive. Wasn't that your gimmick yesterday?
Well, I am. No, I am still feeling positive.
More than one show day is fucking horrendous.
That's crazy.
Man. I am feeling positive about Americas generally, though. Yeah, I was more so teasing with the 2-team region, but I still think there is a bit of a gap between Sen, G2, and the rest.
There
like
is.
When you look at the year overall, and I'm anticipating that one of the most interesting things about these two teams clashing in the upper bracket is that it feels like maybe the other team has the upper hand right now, because it's been G2 with the upper hand all year, except for
week 1.
I guess maybe they had more of the upper hand in week 1. Maybe it's equalized a bit more now, but I think on paper you'd still probably say Sen are the favorites, even if you're not predding them. Is that the consensus?
I agree with what you're saying. I agree.
Or
I
a coin
agree.
flip. I don't know.
I agree because I think, and I'm so proud of Dre, like so proud of him, and he is doing so well, and he's really earning it out there, which I think was the thing that I remember seeing a lot of the discourse being like, you know, did he earn this? It's a meme pick, but like he's earned this shit, and I think that it's pretty dope to see his growth as a player, and also you can really tell too how much he's really embracing the moment, and it's really I think permeated to the rest of the team as well, and the vibes out there. It's just been great for them. I do think though that you still have so much more match experience overall because Sentinels, like Babybase, still only 4 or 5 games in. So it's like I don't want to be like, oh, G2, even though I printed him, but be like G2 all the way to the moon. I don't know.
I just feel like and I don't know if you guys feel the same. I just feel like the comms that G2 have been playing are not as good as what Sentinels has been doing with their own compositions. I know that Josh said like Pacific plays the Sage a lot in Sunset and stuff like that, but I just think in general there's better ways to, or better compositions to play. I don't know if they're exploring their full potential as G2 with some of the stuff that they're doing. Even the Waylay, I don't know. There's just things that I think are okay and they're good at, but I don't think they are really exploring what is actually what would be the greatest version of G2 with what they have going on.
I don't understand the Sage theory on Corrode. I don't really get that.
That map is really their biggest flaw at the moment, that it remains in their pool, but they can't figure out what will actually allow them to succeed on it. They have 1 win this stage on it, and it's against Furia, and they have 3 losses. So,
a weird ass map, you know.
It is a bit of a strange map. I think it's also very defense sided, and teams are still trying to figure out what that feels like. But I don't see this being the answer. Like, I just, on Sunset, you can get a huge amount of value from the Sage. On Corrode, it just feels like you're using it for what, like easier plants on the attack side or something, but then you're not taking space with it.
Yeah, they were just, you're never able to take any significant space with it. And also, playing Sage on a map where the Odin is being purchased constantly. Yeah. So Brock was just breaking the wall in 2 seconds every time it was placed. Like, that's not happening on Sunset. When you're placing an attack wall, you're not really running into an Odin ever on Sunset. Rarely at most. So that makes a pretty big difference as well. Not a huge fan of it on that map at the moment. It does feel like the teams who have ran it are really searching for a band-aid fix on how to play an A-side post plant and are not finding success with it.
Their Ascent, though, still looks fucking awesome, but one would assume that Sentinels is going to ban that. Last time, the bind, I didn't know what to expect from G2's bind, because I don't think we'd seen it at all since... I seem to remember it was like April or something, the last time they'd played on bind. And then
That was
they
were
last
really comp I was expecting to see, man.
Yeah. And they were really struggling in that series against NRG. Like, NRG was pushing them to the limit, like, clearly better than them on Corrode, I think. Really stretched them on Sunset. And then G2 battered them on Bind. Battered them. But I'm wondering how much of that was just Jonapi and Valen stepping up individually,
they just
too.
ascended to the astral plane on Bind and fucking farmed. Like, they went so crazy on that. I was pretty impressed by energy throughout that entire series. That map was just individuals on G2 showing out to a crazy extent. And I do think a lot of what they had with the comp was working. Like, maybe they didn't put up crazy numbers, but I think he was consistently getting a lot of value with the utility that the Deadlock had. I think as far as that stuff goes, it was working as intended, but everything is going to look like it's working perfectly when you have players that are never losing duels either.
Yeah. Valen coming in with a 3K. Jonah P had that round where
man.
he hit a 180 flick down B long. He just deleted like 3 players down B long in one of the rounds, Jonah P. Valen was farming from defending the back B site on one of the rounds too. It's just like, anyway, we'll talk about the NRG side of things later, but do you think there is a favorite in this game in the upper final?
I mean, if you ask a Sentinels fan, yes. But
Oh,
I don't know, man. I will say not really. It's a lot close. I think it's a lot closer than people are willing to admit. But but I think that's a great thing. And I think that's, yeah. I don't think it's, then again though, man, I really did think the Leviathan, with that game, which one just happened? Shit, the one from yesterday. I thought that one was a lot
Pounded into the
closer.
dust.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
RG.
Yeah, you thought,
Yeah.
you thought that was going to be a 50-50
Bro,
as
I
well.
thought that was, I was convinced, brother. I was like, that is a 50-50 easy. I'm not like, and Leviathan's got this, and then NRG just whooped that ass. So honestly, hard to.
That
hard
was
to
crazy.
say.
We'll talk about that one next.
I feel like Sen are a light favorite though. Like I think they're a favorite to me to some extent. I feel like they still have to be by default. They're undefeated up until now. Maybe you could be weary on account of Cloud9 coming close to beating them, and
I think that speaks
if you
well
want
to
to
Cloud9. More
yeah,
than anything else.
that's kind of my feel though. I think that speaks more to Cloud. I agree. It just speaks more to Cloud9 stepping up in the playoffs, also revealing a couple maps that they hadn't played yet with some unique looks, like going from a team that was looking like they were caught in the 2022 meta in 2025 to suddenly running fucking Raze ISO on Icebox and looking sick with it.
nuts.
Like they've rebranded themselves quickly as a team. I do think that has more to do with C9 than Sen, but I think from that specifically, maybe some people would be weary because Bang and Narrate had pretty off games in that series, and so maybe you could be worried that they're not in the greatest form for the next game. But personally, I don't give a shit. Like one game doesn't really matter. I'm just throwing out ideas here, Josh.
No, I appreciate it.
I'm an ideas guy.
Well,
But I don't believe it. I'm giving you ideas I don't believe. But
there are some facts out here as well that will
Such
relate
as?
to G2 later on. I don't think it'll matter for the upper game, but Leaf was dropping facts about his scenario, which has been somewhat shrouded in like we had no idea whether BBL was going to be playing for a huge amount of time. We didn't know when Leaf was coming back. We didn't know whether Leaf was coming back. And Leaf dropped an update talking about kind of like a little bit of an idea of like what the future might look like, but also just kind of talking about what has been happening. He said that he's come out of hospital. He's hoping that they've fixed the problems. It was a massive flare-up of his Crohn's disease, like the worst flare-up he's had for, over 10 years of suffering with it. And he said that he's been watching practice, and he's been sometimes playing as well in the practice. And he finishes by saying, he said, here's to being stable for the rest of the year and getting the 3-peat and the champs win. See you guys hopefully sooner than later on server. Nothing he said there is implying that he is going to be involved in the 3-peat. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like he's saying, I am going to be there to win in Americas, which would give you a bit more of a timeline of like, oh, he thinks he's going to be back to play. But sooner rather than later, I think it'd be awesome if he's at least able to be there for champions, and hopefully his health is at a point where he can play, because of course that's the most important part. You don't want to be sacrificing your health just to try to win in Americas. It's it's a minor region anyway.
That's what I was gonna say. Where like I think that the smart thing to do, this is the uncle talking, is to just take it chill, because you're gonna have a long trip to Paris. It's also going to be like a bit of a change, right? If you're over there, food, all that stuff, like all these little things that like people don't really think about when it comes to like travel and their health. So I think it's just important for him to kind of just have like as chill as it could possibly be until, and they're in a good spot. Like they're lucky that they're in the spot that they're in, and if I was management in the same situation, or coach Josh in the same situation, I would be counting my lucky stars and just be like, at least we had already qualified and the work had been done, so we don't have to like be in this weird situation where we're concerned about where things go from here. I just think overall it's just been and I just hope he just has a good recovery and then is able to compete at champions. But if he's also not able to compete at champions, then that's, I think, also fine too. You got to take care of yourself first and foremost. That's the most important thing. Everything else is it's just video games at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next team those that we're talking about. You mentioned the NRG Lev game. We'll talk about Leviathan later. I would like to just touch on NRG and then C9 in order to get our big teams that are still in the tournament. But from NRG's perspective, this was a shellacking. This was a dominant showing. This was an ass whooping. Yeah. This was also 90% of our talent thinking Lev were going to win this game, which I don't know.
Why are you calling
GB,
us out,
you just
dog?
don't fucking know ball. I can't.
That ass, bro.
I'm sorry.
I woke up oh man, I was so confident. You know who doesn't know ball though? Bren. My guy changed his prediction.
I know, that's crazy.
Yeah.
He saw the vetoes, because we get the vetoes before they get revealed on stage. Surprise, surprise. And Brent saw it and then hit up Kurt and then changed it. And it's like, yo, dog, stand on business, man. You coward.
No, I get it. I get it. We were in the green room looking at the maps, like, it can't even be a Lev 2-0. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And then it just was not that. Honestly, I think it just makes sense. I think it was Desmo who tweeted it. It was just it was an off day, a terrible off day. I like that. At least Lev were kind of having fun at the end, but I think it's overall, I think it was a game where Lev could not get anything going, and then Energy had a very clear plan of how they wanted to play this. I feel like a lot of the reads that they had were great when Lev are playing on the attack side of Ascend. They're gonna go for that mid pressure a lot with the chamber, and then every single time Energy, round 3 with the operator, Mata was so annoying to deal with, and on top of that, they just knew they had to play on site most of those rounds. There was not really any challenge for them to change it up a little bit, so they were just able to snowball with a pretty simple game plan on the composition that Lev had, and it
They're
was
just crunching
good.
them.
It was
Like
just really good.
nonstop. Every single time you'd see a situation where they were like, you would think, oh man, Lev's got this read. They might, nope, never mind. Here comes Mata on the flank. He's going to op you in the butt. And it just kept happening over and over.
He was pushing out a ton. Yeah, they reads.
Picked the perfect times to aggress like that, but then also played several rounds where they simply did nothing and anchored the sites while Lev just patiently waited around trying to find a pick with the chamber, giving Tex an op, and it just wouldn't come. Energy would not give them anything on those rounds. And it's another map as well where you're just seeing Brock and Scuba on defense at their absolute best. Like, when you get to some of these like Odin spamming Sova maps, like Corrode, Ascent, Brock is so good. Scuba's anchoring has always been phenomenal on Ascent. Like, I associated that map with him back to when he was playing Controller even years ago. He would dominate on that map on defense. It's like you're looking at Ascent, their defense is so quality there. It's like that on Lotus as well.
Yeah.
This didn't just make me feel good about NRG because, aside from the fact that it was just 2 maps of belt to ass. Also, I didn't know that Ascent was going to be this good in their pool. Like, this is just... This series also rewired my brain on what their map pool can look like if Ascent and Icebox can look that good.
Didn't we have a segment planned to talk about Energy's attack, and we did all this crap talking about the attack, and we didn't even get to talk about it because they only played 3 picking rounds.
But that was the same on both maps. Like, I think part of the reason why this was such a stomping is because NRG are one of the best defense teams in the entire world. Like, I think that they are phenomenal on this side of the map, and they only played it. Like, they didn't play attack at all. So they start defense on both maps. They just utterly destroy. The reads are fantastic. They know exactly what's coming towards them. Their crossfires are immaculate. Their moments where they go for aggression and the disruption of Leviathan's plans are all phenomenal. And then you just never see the side where I'm slightly more concerned about them. You just never saw it because
but eventually we're gonna have to see it though. we're gonna have to see it eventually, wouldn't you think? Like, I don't know. Like, you can't expect this level of output on defense every time, can you? Like this.
Not against the great teams, no.
Yeah.
But you might against a Cloud9. Like it is not to this degree, but I do think it's possible that if you're thinking about NRG C9, they might still really shut down what C9 are trying to do on their attack side.
Yeah.
They are great on defense.
Kurt,
Yeah.
could you show one round on Icebox? It's round 6. It's so good. Like then on Icebox, they play so many more like big team brawly aggro rounds on defense. Just 4-man push, 3-man push, going down lanes. Like that's how they won the bonus on round 3. Just 4 people fighting down A straight away. This one was so cool though. They're pushing out 3 players, B main this time. Lever just going for a straight up A hit. So Sam is playing towards screen. He's going to drop the lockdown, which then forces all of Lev back out into the 3 players who pushed out of B. They have an AWP on the line, and then they hit them with a Viper molly into the Hunter's Fury and fucking deep fry them. This was this was such a sick. This was such a sick play.
You caught a guidance counselor for that one where I'm from. That's just mean.
No, this brutal.
It was such an awesome defense, and dude, I mean, I don't want to be. I don't know if this is overreact take, but like, Mata has to be the best AWPer in Americas right now, right? His AWPing is just insane. The consistency that he hits the more difficult shots with on defense, I feel like is higher than anybody else. Like, he will find more kills with shots that are less likely to hit than anyone else.
His control's insane. Like you see him take these shots, and then like it's just wild how just like it's so quick to stop. And I know like you see Ospas do it, you've seen Ye do it in the past, but it's just something about the way that Mata approaches the op is really freaking cool. And it's a real joy to watch him do his thing, because this dude is something else.
Nuts.
This is something else.
Yeah.
And the confidence he has to go in those situations too. And what I like is that he doesn't overstay his welcome, right? He gets his pound of flesh and he's gone. He's done. He's all right, cool. I got what I need and I'm out of here. And I respect that.
You know what's cool about that in general is that I think applies to the whole of NRG. I think one of the things that are excellent at on defense is being on the same page of whether or not they want to be like scrapping in the site and hard anchoring, flooding. Do they want to be making noise to bait out the retake and then refighting when they're in the post plant scenarios? Like they're very good at having an overall vision of how hard they want to fight something together. And I think that being on the same page with that kind of stuff is absolutely crucial if you want to be at the like top level. I think they do that stuff really, really well. You almost never see a mistake from them on defense, for example, where they'll have like an anchor player who gets caught alone. They've always got a great awareness of whether this is a flood round or whether this is a hard anchor round, or are the reinforcements coming in time? Are we supposed to be playing retake? Like the vision is just really good, and I think a lot of credit to Bonkar for that stuff too, because it's been remarkable, this team's successes since making the changes halfway through this year. It's really cool to watch.
Yeah.
They're my favorites for making Paris. I want to see them as well. I'd prefer, I think, to see them. I think they've got a stronger chance of doing something personally than C9.
Yeah. And also, again, a little personality out there too, I think is also really helpful. So didn't Ethan do something some like TikTok thing or something like that?
Oh well, he did a
What?
He did a TikTok.
I don't know what the hell
he
it
did
is.
No.
It's just I was seeing it, so I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, but you know.
Unca's slightly misunderstood, but that's fine, and that's that's brilliant too.
To be fair,
it wasn't necessarily like
I'm
a personality.
Old, so fuck all y'all.
Goldenboy, there's multiple different things on TikTok. Some of it is like dances and personality based stuff, and like funny, goofy things.
That's what
some
I
of
heard.
it is like tips and tricks and
Yeah,
weird.
no,
like,
I know. He did a
outplays.
game thing. He did a game thing
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was
yeah,
cool
yeah.
that people liked. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
whether or not it's in the server.
I thought you meant he hit like a fucking
Oh no, he didn't
boaster
hit like the
TikTok dance.
fucking
I
gritty
don't
or
understand.
whatever.
What
You know
did
what I
he
mean?
do?
He did the KO swing. So like he swings.
Oh.
He was in a 1v1 and he like swings
yeah,
while looking
yeah.
at the floor.
He looks
So
at
his
the-
head
Yeah, on a
ducks.
scent.
I just
Yeah,
thought it
on
was
a
cool because
scent.
it reminded me of Halo strong sighting. And I was like, oh, that's in Halo, like when you want to run away, because like when you get 4-shot and you have no shields, you look down and the Master Chief model like faces down, you turn around and you run away in order to like disengage from the fight.
Right.
So I just thought that was like a really cool little thing. But also, Josh, how dare you? And never speak to me like that ever again.
Here it is. There you
Yeah.
go. There's the
so
swing.
silly. I mean, that was.
Yeah.
It did look fucked up from Calm's point of view. What he
Yeah.
had to aim at, but also, this is perhaps early to say, but I do want to say it now. I hope this team stays together next year. I want all 5 of these players to stay together in 2026. I think this team has still a lot of potential and could be up there in like a top 3 with Sen and G2 in 2026 if they keep this roster and keep going. I really like what they've got. And specifically, I think I'm just saying I hope Sam doesn't retire just to stream because he's so fucking
Oh well, yeah,
good.
absolutely, absolutely.
I can see that happening, to be
No,
fair.
but
though.
also the flip side of that is credit to Som for sticking out this year when I think he clearly has an exceptional friendship with Finesse, right? And they've always wanted to play together. But huge respect for him for actually still continuing this year and still playing at such an extraordinary level and looking amazing.
Yeah.
Even when that ended up not being the best direction for the team to go in. Because I was so worried he was just going to, go back to streaming even right halfway through this year. And I think that would have been an enormous loss for us that enjoy the competitive side of the game too. Because he is so good.
Yeah, he's so good.
Do you guys want to see the interview clip of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Of
I
course we
figured
do.
this would be a
So,
good time for it.
Kurt, can you explain the context? Did Finesse ask this question?
The way it's presented is Finesse asked Liz to ask this question to Som.
Right.
So this is the Finesse co-stream of the question being asked.
From someone named Hujon. I don't know if you know him.
I don't know him.
Okay. He had a very simple question. Who is better, Finesse or Scuba?
The hesitation.
Say the word for word right there.
FNS or
Scuba.
Scuba. Yeah, sorry, John, but Scuba clears you, man.
so
I love you, though, John. John, I love you, though, John.
You're fake as fuck.
It's pretty funny.
That is incredible rage bait content for Finesse. He must have known what the answer was, man. He's just clip farming. It's so
The
good.
hesitation was great. The moment you get a question like that, and you go, that's when you know. That's when you know you ain't gonna like the answer on the other side. It's great.
Yeah. No, the fact he was apologizing so much afterwards as well.
Yeah.
He's like, "No, I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry, John."
That's some
It's so
fear
good.
right there.
Yeah. I'd like to go on to talking about Cloud9 now. We'll go back to discussing Leviathan in just a second because they're the team that got knocked out, obviously there. But just to round out our top 4 teams that are still in the playoffs, C9 1 win away from breaking the curse, but also I think there's a discussion to be had about like the curse already being gone because the manner in which Cloud9 have been winning in this playoffs. You could just look at their comeback in the very final map against 100 Thieves. And that, I think, is a microcosm of their refutation of this playoffs curse recently. They came back from being 10-4 down to win 2-0.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
They actually scripted this playoffs for them to complete the hero's journey and break through the fucking curse. Because it started with them losing a 5v2 and King aces them. That was the first round they played in the playoffs. And then they come back on Corrode. And then they come back on map 3 against Lev as well, win. And then they come back against 100 Thieves and win. It's just, it has actually been scripted for them to finally dead this narrative.
I've got a question for you. If they got 13-0, 13-0'd by NRG, would you still believe the curse is real? Like, is there anything that could happen to make you believe the playoffs choking narrative is still real at this point?
I mean, the thing is, at some point, people are going to have to stop talking about a curse and just, like, at some point, there just has to be a level of play that's established as to where Cloud9 are at as a team, you know? Like, where you rank them or how highly you rate them. Because it can't be like, if they lose in playoffs, it's because of the curse. Like, I think if NRG play in the exact same way that they did and Cloud9 lose, that's probably just more of a testament to how insane NRG are at this point, right? Because I think Cloud9 have proven that they're just a really good team and a much better team, I think, than, maybe not much better, but they are a better team than they were in the regular season now, with more depth to their map pool. And I think that just gives more credit to NRG being a really insane team overall. That would be my perspective.
Question. Do we think that this was a situation of 100 Thieves, you know, like that particular win that Cloud9 got and the way that they got it just screams to me that 100 Thieves just completely slipped. Like, like all 5 of those boys just completely stumbled at the same time.
Not all 5. Specifically, not all 5, GB.
Do we have 100 Thieves topic coming up?
Not all 5. You're right. But I guess what I'm trying to say in relation to Cloud9 in this topic is, like, I'm still, like, I do want to believe in this Cloud9 team. I'm still very much on the Cloud9. Like, I think this is, like, we've seen them grow. We've seen them really, like, especially like Net and stuff like that. I've been really liking what I've been seeing from Net and Mitch, for sure. Like, we've been seeing great ideas. We've been seeing good calling on his end. We've been seeing, you know, them do all the things that they need to do. It's just the way that they won the 100 Thieves, that final game, that final map was just so, like, was that Cloud9 or was that 100 Thieves?
100% is Cloud9. 100%.
Okay,
I mean, coming back the way that they did, especially for Cloud9, that I feel like we've seen that when they're not feeling the beginning of the map, when they're down a few rounds, it's kind of over. You never really see them coming back. I mean, when we think about teams that are able to do that, we usually think G2, but just the fact that Cloud9 has been doing it constantly, I think it's great. I feel like they have a lot of very cool ideas for a team that, for the beginning of the stage, they went with very standard compositions, a lot of Sky. We want to play a lot of the Sky because that's Mitch's comfort pick. They also talk about how they want to play the Raze because it's a bit of a comfort, and it's also that it still had some great ideas. So I like that they're not only just doing the basic things with the composition, but they're actually adding their own flair to it, adding like things that work for them, especially like on this map of Icebox. But I think in general, you can see the time that they put together in the server to have cool ideas. You see the beginning of the stage and how it looked for them, and it was just a lot of Haven one and dones for Oxy. It doesn't work out. They're kind of relying a lot on what he's able to do, how he's going to get the opening, and now you see just how they're hand in hand and they understand the timings to make sure that it's not only, you know, one of the players kind of popping off, but also everybody else is there and playing very fast. It feels very brawly to watch them play, and I feel like that's what kind of helps them come back from this.
There is also, it bears mentioning, obviously Cryo was fucking frying in this map.
35 kills.
Like, insane. He nearly broke the record for most kills in a map for stage 2, and they lose. But first of all, it's a really defense-sided comp, in my opinion, for Cloud9. Like, it's insanely good on the defense side. So that's already going to give you troubles if you're 100 Thieves attacking into it. And secondly, like, there were a spate of rounds in the middle. I think from memory, it was like 18, 19, 20. It might have been like 19, 20, 21 or something, where the rounds were so close and ridiculous margins. There was like a ninja diffuse kind of scenario where a guy's like sticking it in top A nest on the diffuse to try to make sure that they get it through. There were just so many rounds that came down to the wire towards the end. So I don't want everything to be a choke. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just be. I don't think it's valid to call everything a choke. I think that 100 Thieves were naturally going to find it more difficult on that half. And I think that they individually were not turning up apart from Cryo. And I also think that Cloud9 were playing some great Valorant, and Net was keeping the energy outrageously high in a way that we just haven't seen from this team before. He's been such a great, like, emotional leader for them on this team. So it was just, and it was fucking cinema. It was just cinema.
I completely forgot that Net was this guy. Like, I just forgot that he was so energetic, like being the guy that likes to stand up to yell at the other team. I just didn't remember that at all because I feel like we really haven't seen it at all with Cloud9. But he was like, I was that way with the guard when we were playing in Ascension. I was like that with M80, and it just from what he told me, he just said that he kind of got a little shit for it, so he stopped. But it's just the way that he's always been, and I feel like that. I mean, it's a thing that you can't really force. You just have to.
There's that Lev game. That Okeanos, when him and Oki were
I think it was
trash talking, man, it like awoken a beast in him. And then because I actually I think I forget who I was talking to, because I had mentioned it, and a lot of people kind of felt a very similar way, where it was just like, yeah, like that there seemed to like a light switch like turned on when he was like, oh wait, no, I can't talk some mess to the other team, hold on a second. And then he just started doing it. And I really feel like he just got his swagger, and that matters. That like, you know, the executes and the strategies, all that stuff, like all that's important. Don't get it twisted, but like you got to have the confidence that you could do those things, you know. And I think he even said in an interview with Liz that he didn't feel he had that confidence. He was like losing a little bit of that. So I think like that goes a long way. And I'm really glad to see it happen. That's why I'm believing in this team so much. That's why I'm like, I'm invested. You know, I'm in.
They're just the ultimate sleeper build.
Yeah, but anime intro music thing. You know, like, come on.
No, I do love they do have my favorite intro song. I will say their intro song is definitely my favorite.
So
it makes me feel like I'm going to Vans Warped Tour in 2011. I love that shit. But nah, I really have been sleeping on this team, and I'm going to continue to sleep on them. I'm going to predict NRG to win, but I've been sleeping on them every single game, and they have fucking defied my expectations at every turn. Oxy has been phenomenal. Vic is, in addition to him, such a phenomenal second player on that team, second star on that team. Like, the way that those two were playing on Haven together, how Vic is able to kind of keep up with the pace of Oxy on attack by teleporting in on Omen with their executes. They were just fucking tearing 100 Thieves anchoring players apart on that half.
Yeah, they were.
They were
Dude,
so
the Omen
good,
TP
man.
one.
Yeah, up to top box.
That was so sick.
And he like drops down with the paranoia. I mean, he was cooking them on that map.
Yeah.
And it's fun to watch him play some ISO as well. Like, he's a solid mechanical player. And I think the coolest thing for me really though about C9 in this playoff run is just like their disguised their hidden creativity, because all we'd seen throughout the regular stage, just Sky on Haven. They played Haven like 5 weeks in a row or something, man. Like, we just kept seeing the same stuff over and over, and it just gave me an impression of the team that was not true. They get into playoffs, they open up their map pool a little bit, and they're just hitting teams with unexpected comps that are working well. I think
that's a risk too.
Yeah,
like, I appreciate them taking that risk, because you got to do that kind of stuff in playoffs.
And I love it. Yeah, fuck it. Send it at the most important time, and it's working. I think like really the only thing that, if they could improve it for me, would be maybe an adjustment with their corrode attack side, with Oxy playing Raze with the Sky, because there is just a stark contrast to what he can do on defense versus attack on that map. Like, his stats on attack for that map are pretty appalling, and it's really not his fault. The game plan and the comp just doesn't have enough to help him when they're executing into sites. Like, you're watching the anchors looking at him, or you're seeing it from his point of view, and this dude has to clear 20 angles alone going in off just like one sky flash. Like, there's just not enough disruption for the defenders that make him a difficult kill. Like, I love how they're playing that comp on the defense, really just trying to abuse the meta comp with the Viper, popping out of walls, fighting people. They find a lot of success there. If they can figure out a way to make it work on attack, and maybe, I'd be curious to see the Sky, honestly, with a Neon. I think you could accomplish a lot of the same stuff on defense, but on attack, you would give Oxy, crucially, I think, just the fast lane. So when he's getting into the sites, he can cover up some of the angles and get in deeper without just getting shot down on entry so frequently. I'd be kind of curious
some of their
to see
theory,
it,
though. I think some of their theory, though, is just that Oxy's ult gives them attack rounds. And that you lose that with the Neon, because they won some crucial rounds just by sending Oxy in with the showstopper and like getting a pit down behind it with all of the space that he creates. So I think that's probably their concern, is that you lose such a massive ultimate. But I agree with you that for every other round, I would prefer it. It's
because like ultimately in that Sen game on Corrode, you know, like Oxy goes on defense 10 and 8, 4 first kills, 1 first death, switches to attack, 2 kills, 11 deaths, no first kills, and 5 first deaths. And it's literally not his fault. I don't think he's doing anything wrong. If you watch his point of view, he's just in incredibly difficult situations constantly.
Happened on the next Corrode game as well. It's exactly the same in the other Corrode game.
Yeah, that was the Sen one. It was the same in the game against Lev. They just go to defense second half and then pound them. But yeah, it's he was like 2 and 12 on attack. Yeah.
Wow, it's actually kind of wild how close that is.
If they can figure out that attack side, I think Corrode can be like right at the top of their pool. I mean, they're winning. They beat Lev on it just off the strength of defense alone, and almost beat Sen. They still, it was a 13-10 game. So I think they could have a pretty deep map pool.
Okay, time to hit some of the teams that have been eliminated. And just quickly before we go on to a different one, 100 Thieves, who got knocked out by Cloud9. What's the year overall for 100 Thieves? Because we set up the Cloud9 100 Thieves game and we were like, both of these fan bases are miserable bastards. They're used to losing a lot, and one of them will.
Oh, no.
And unfortunately, either way you slice it, I feel like it was just misery for like one of the fan bases was going to come out of it feeling like, oh no, this again. And it happened to be 100 Thieves are feeling like, oh no, this shit again, where we're only good at one map and it's bind. But it does feel a bit like Groundhog Day for 100 Thieves. They made playoffs. They had, better performances than years where they've, like 2023, for example, was a horrible year for them. 24, they made a tournament. Well, how are you feeling for this roster, this team?
I think it's... I just feel like it's so rough. I really like some of the ideas. It's just kind of the same thing. They look so cool at the beginning. It seems like they're doing things that no other teams are doing, and then they just get stuck, and then you don't really see them evolving. And it's nothing about the players at all. I feel like Asuna was so consistent for the whole stage, and I mean obviously Cryo even until the end, but just something is not working. And something that really stuck with me when I was interviewing Kes was that when I was asking about what was going wrong from the first match that they lost to get that first win, he just said that the team plays for the fundamentals only, is literally what he was saying. Like, we focus too much on the fundamentals, and we need to stop doing that because it ends up affecting our game, and we need to play a little bit more for individual things that we want to do. So I don't know if the team has like, the vibes that it gives is they just have a crazy structure that has to be done from the practice, from the things that they're doing, and they're sacrificing a lot of thinking on the fly and resolving things as they go. Because that, I also connect that to a podcast with 100 Thieves that was at the beginning of the year, where they were talking exactly about that. The people that can be a little bit more creative, and the people that just have to do what is in the rule and the things that they practice. And they mentioned that with Boostio, and how he was sometimes a little bit more free to do whatever he wanted. And then if that doesn't work out, it's the other way around. So I don't know if it's just the structure that I feel like it's because of that they feel so limited. But just saying that, I never heard that in an interview of, yeah, we're too fundamental. We need to be more free. We need to do our stuff. And
wasn't that always their issue? Wasn't that also a thing we kind of mentioned before about them following like their executes to a T, and if they lost like one piece, and then the whole thing kind of came apart. I remember that being a thing.
It has been a thing in previous years where we were talking about, like, we on the broadcast were talking about how we liked the structure that Sean had provided when he was coaching 100 Thieves. And we were talking about the fact that they didn't have as many, like, preset game plans. But then the players were saying, well, actually, it feels more structured now after Sean's gone, because every small detail is, like, is being run through in practice. It's just that the overarching strategy isn't as set in stone. So... I don't know. It feels like this team can only team fight. It feels like they don't know the rest of the game.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. It's like watching. I mean, it's fucked up because it's just the easiest narrative in the world. But it's like Zix is a League of Legends coach. He made them play League of Legends. But it's like that's just such a shit narrative. I hate it. But like they bunch up and they try to team fight.
Or have you heard that elsewhere?
No, it's just like I just was thinking they take team fights. It's like watching Overwatch or League or something. But like, and then I was like, oh well, yeah.
Make that up.
It's fucking stupid, isn't it? It's stupid. It's a terrible narrative. But like,
I don't need to hear that narrative again. I don't need to see that for the next off season.
No, because I think Zix is way more capable of doing way more as a coach, and clearly he is because he did that with EG. But for some reason, this team just got stuck in a rut of. Maybe it was like the way that he thought he could bring the best out of the players because that was their natural tendency.
I feel like it's the comp they're playing as well. I don't feel like they were like this in stage 1. Or am I just completely misremembering? Or maybe it was the case more so than other teams, but it's been exacerbated by the comp that they're playing. Perhaps that's the case. Because, they do. It feels like they just played a very last cannon style throughout this entire stage, that in the first couple weeks when teams didn't know what they were getting going up against 100 Thieves, and you're just getting mercilessly flooded upon, and they're never giving up space as an anchor. Like, Hess is never giving up a site, ever. It's
Sorry, Brent sent me that picture. I don't mean to step on your comment, Wyatt. I just thought that was a perfect time because it was
funny.
Okay. That's 100 Thieves.
But no, like I think they came out with a style that feels very dependent on who's getting the. I mean, this is a fucking basic Barry ass point, but it really does depend on who's just getting the kills in the fights, because they're just sending it hard in to anchor. Like in that C9 game, if you on the Haven defense, they never, even on rounds where they should have, never gave up space towards C. And Cloud9 were drilling them into the fucking pavement on that site. And then when there were a couple rounds where they had to retake C, they won a retake on C with an eco, and then they almost won a 2v5 retake. But they were never actually really playing the site for retake. It was just, I mean, this is just how they're playing all the sites, though. We're anchoring, we're flooding in, we have 2 duelists that rotate fast, we're fighting, and that's kind of just the nature of the comp and how they want to play it, and I think that just resulted in some really volatile showings for them. Outside of Bind, where they're really good. So it's a little bit, at least for me, it feels kind of hard to evaluate them because, and I feel like this is always the case with me for 100 Thieves. I feel like there's always a lot of good to take away, and it's always confusing good, and I never know what to think about.
No, I agree
scene.
Completely.
Yeah.
I think they're an unusual
never
team.
Known post like 2020. I don't know, like basically just all over the partnership era, I've never really known what to. I've never had a complete thought about 100 Thieves. I'm like always still trying to get there. You know what I mean? It's I have all this info. I'm almost at a thought, but I just can't get there because it's just it's too confusing. That's
That's probably what the people inside 100 Thieves are feeling like as well, in terms of like they're close to figuring it out, but they
I
can't
know.
quite get it.
It's like we're always so close, man.
I want to move us along though. I want to move us along to some of the other teams that got eliminated. Let's touch on Leviathan and crew. Let's start with Lev.
No.
No, we have to, Dan. We have to. We literally have to. They got shit blasted in that match. Absolutely smeared across the walls and the ceiling.
Lord, man. What is this,
Didn't
January
they?
6th?
They only won 4 rounds total. They won 4 rounds total. But I don't think that takes away from their season overall and the recovery that they had in stage 2. So from a more holistic point of view, without getting too bogged down in the details of that exact match, are you still feeling fairly positive about them for next year? I mean, I think they've got something all right cooking.
Yeah, I really like this team, and I said it when they made the changes and they brought Sato and Okeanos. I feel like for Lev, I didn't really feel like I was a fan. For someone that work in the Spanish broadcast, we're kind of forced to follow and like support these teams and be a fan of these teams. I didn't really feel that, to be honest, before, but after they made those changes, it really turned me into a fan. It's kind of hard not to, just looking at the personality, but in general, the way that they played, and I feel like they found themselves again with King IGLing. I think it was great. I love the roster changes that they made. I don't know if things are gonna stay the same. It's something that me personally, I would like to see it, but I also know that the owner of Lev sometimes teases the idea of bringing some of the Lev Academy players that are also very good.
Are they about to turn 18?
I'm not sure. I think some of them should be about to turn 18. I know Gol and Mirada Ninja, the ones that we talked about before, they are
You remember
really
Mirada
good.
Ninja, right, Josh?
I remember trying to say his
Everybody
name in the green room.
trying to learn how to say it.
Mirada Ninja. Yes,
Yep,
Mirada Ninja.
And honestly, they have really good players, and I feel like he's always been teasing the idea of bringing these players up. But I mean, and I know, and I think that'd be great for LATAM because you do want to have more LATAM players. But in general, the roster and the way that it looks right now, I'm super happy with. I honestly don't know if I would change anything. Maybe one player or so, but keeping the score, I feel like it's great. It's great.
I agree. I just think that, like, I'm gonna, give the rookies a little bit of grace, because I think that they were in a tough situation. Team gets to playoffs. It's a pretty awesome achievement on your first season, playing. For those two, obviously for King and Tex, it's maybe a different conversation, but for those two, I mean, that's, truth be told, like, that's their future investment there. With Sato and Okeanos, they're two very good dynamic players. They're young.
He's such a good brand guy as well.
He is.
Yeah.
And Lev needs that, man. Let me tell you, Lev needs it.
Yeah.
So I think maybe
America's needs it.
America's
Beyond
needs
Lev.
it. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is true.
Well, yeah, you want Sato to leave so that he can join your Brazilian super team.
No. Let's keep him in Lev.
No, imagine we get fucking Sato, Spike. If there was a team that somehow got like Sato on Duelist, Spike, Flex Initiator, fucking Luke Show, Sen, and then you get 2 old heads in there. Get 2 fucking old ass players in the mix. Jesus.
Get Sadak to come back, and
I mean,
that'd be fun.
We can't get started on this, otherwise we'll
I mean,
an
we'll be
hour
right
just on
back
the
where we
Brazilian
were.
super team.
Bro.
Yeah.
Let's go to crew.
You think it's a fucking coincidence I'm in the green and yellow, baby? Bro, I missed that.
yellow,
I missed that fucking discussion, but like, no, I do not.
We'll
Let's
hit
talk
it in the
about
off season for sure.
right,
We
we'll
will
talk about
definitely
Lev.
do it more in the off season.
talk
Let's talk
about
crew
Lev.
though. Let's go into talking
We'll
about
talk
crew.
about
actually.
crew.
Yeah, because I wanna talk about the fact that they've missed champions for the first ever time. Dan, that's iconic. That's crazy.
I don't know. Yeah, I definitely saw this coming for a long time. I feel like in the crazy runs they've had, you still see how they can make it, but this time around, I just knew that honestly, it was a team that was really struggling. The week before, when they released a video that's called Meet the Crew, and they only talk about the mental, and this is something that we talk about, the things that they do in game, but outside of the game, this team, because they they made it public and they released a video. They talk about how much they struggle mentally to come back to get something going. When one player is down, everybody gets down. Kesney talks about how he feels like if he is down in energy, then everybody is going to be like that. And if that's happening, then they can't win. And it's just a thing that happens. And it's always been, I feel like that team has always been very emotional. But I feel like this year, because they showed it, it's a lot more. And not only is that affecting your game, but also in game, I don't think I saw anything that I was super excited about. I mean, when you mentioned the double duelist, and I feel like the idea in paper was great. It was able to get some results, but I never felt like the plan for crew. And it's always been like that. They're a brawly team. They're kind of having reads on the fly of, let's take this fight, let's all work together. You never really see a good structure with them on the attack side, I feel like, that allows them to take more space, that allows them to do a lot more. So then you have that I feel like it's lacking in game, and then you have the mental part that makes it even harder for you to do anything. It's really sad. I mean, I love the players. I think they are amazing, but it's just, there were too many issues, it seems like, where you knew that it was just not going to happen this time around.
I was disappointed.
Yeah,
I was sad. Do you remember how hard I was pushing this team? We did our ranking, Josh. Were you there for that?
I do.
Yeah,
Yes,
you put it
yeah. The top 4. You.
I believed so hard, and that was my greatest folly. Belief.
Well, Furia making kickoff might have been the greatest folly.
I love to give you one just really bad take per stage. I'll pepper in a couple reasonable ones, but I'll make sure to give you one that's just couldn't be more wrong. I mean, well, this one, it was pretty wrong. I would say it was solidly incorrect.
Yeah.
But I am I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I'm surprised it didn't work. I'm surprised things didn't work better with Dante in this team, but I don't know.
I don't think he was as good as he was before. Which is unfortunate.
I think he, personality-wise, seems very, very different to the rookies that have succeeded in Americas. The rookies that have like big games seem like they're excited to be out on the stage and like feeding off the energy and stuff. When I mean, it's pure armchair psychology, but Dante always looks a little bit like nervous, quiet when he's on stage. And seeing Dante and Sato and the way that they're expressing themselves on stage, there is a very large difference there in terms of the energy that's being brought, where I wonder if you just give Dante a little while, he might grow into it rather than having the personality that just makes it click instantly.
I just think moving forward, if they want to keep Dante, I'd rather have him play another role. I mean, the part of the reason that they talked about why they wanted to play the double duelist, it wasn't because we just had Dante and Kesnet and we can do the double duelist. It's just because Dante said he needed Kesnet and how much Kesnet helps him in the game, which you know, if you're playing the solo duelist moving forward, or Kesnet wants to re-roll or whatever happens, I don't think that's going to work. I mean, Dante, I feel like he can be a great player, but he has a lot of pressure, and I think you're right. He does get nervous in the matches, so I don't think he's fit for the role.
I was going to say 2 things real quick. Firstly, actually, no, just one, and just something I'm noticing here. It's just me, or like we talk about a lot of the teams that, you know, we're going to benefit greatly from double duelists, like 100 Thieves and Crew, but yet all those teams have fallen, and the teams that have had success are not running double duelists, and they're running single duelists. Actually, they're playing a much more prepped, planned, and prepared game. And I think that when it came down to it, especially in the instance of Crew and heck, even 100 Thieves, right? Like, you know, you talk about like Crew being a brawly team, or 100 Thieves liking their team fights. Both, I think, are basically saying the same thing, right? It comes down to winning fights and trying to just like outgun your opponent. But I think like a lot of these teams are kind of past that, and they're fine letting those teams. Yeah, they're fine letting those teams get aggressive and in their face. It's like, go ahead, take your best shot, because if you do, we're just gonna have a way to stop you. And that's what we're seeing with Sen. That's what we're seeing with G2.
I mean,
and
it's actually
we're
being
very much
mirrored a
seeing
bit
with
in-
NRG on the defensive end as well. You know,
in
which I
EMEA,
think-
in the EMEA, that's playing out quite a bit as well. I mean, the teams that were known for playing the double duelists, like Heretics, for example, are gone. FNATIC have moved away from doing it on Haven too. So I do think you're onto something there. Final topic before we go on to the predictions, though.
Never
go on.
No, you
well,
go on.
Okay. Sorry, we do have a.
It was just going to be more crew commiserating.
Okay. Well, final
okay.
topic is Evil Geniuses played some Valorant this week.
Real quick before we start this topic, do you want to flip a coin whether or not we talk to EG?
Yo, I saw this
I
on
thought
the
you
Run
were-
show, and I was like, wait,
Yes.
for real? Deadass?
Yeah, go on then. Let's
No,
flip a
this
coin.
is
If it's
That's mean. That's
No, if
mean.
it's-
That's mean.
if it's heads, we won't talk about them, and if it's tails, we'll move on.
If it's tails, we'll talk about them for we'll talk about them for a little bit, like let's say 2 minutes, and then
No,
if
flip
you
the
know.
coin, Kurt. And if it's heads, we won't talk about them. If it's tails, we'll move on.
Why do you not want to talk
wow,
about
he's just
them,
going
Josh?
for it.
Huh?
Why do you not want to talk about them, Josh?
All right, let's see.
What is this animation? This is crazy.
It's heads, yeah, so we won't talk about them. Yeah. All right, great. Because they're shite, Wyatt. Because they're shite. Let's just fucking They are shite. They didn't ban bind. They're shite. They shouldn't
Honestly,
have
I
made
would
that.
say that was
a tactical error.
That was the biggest. That was the
That
biggest.
was
thing.
definitely a tactical error.
Yeah, like that right
Yeah,
there.
I
I
would
think
say.
when we saw that, and because we had specifically prepped that segment, specifically we were like, if you ban bind, that's it. That's all. You know, like if bind is a good map, and this is before we, even mentioned it yesterday. And then the fact that they didn't, and even it was really like alarming for me when Asuna just rolled up at match point. He was like, bro, they didn't ban bind. We were up 1-0 at the start. I'm like, that's some confidence right there. And if you got a team that's that confident on a map, you just get it the hell out of there. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. That was rough.
I don't want to discuss this team.
We don't have to discuss it, but that is the thing. It's like I think like we oftentimes talk about the maps, picks, and bans, and sometimes you can put some stock into it, sometimes you can't. But this is one of those instances where you definitely can put some stock into it.
They would have lost on Sunset as well.
They
were losing.
probably would have. They probably would have. But it's still the bind was still like maybe they would have had a better chance on Sunset, but. Why? Yeah, no, that's just it. That's really all that needs to be said. And I think they know that too. I think everyone is like aware and they're like, oh, well, we kind of fucked up. What else are you supposed to do? Right? It's over.
Yeah. I will say, allow me to be a beacon of positivity and hope, Josh.
Fucking hell.
Don't worry about the heart out.
Well,
I'm here for this.
I can't just say like one or two good things.
Go
one.
One. Ye had a fantastic year.
He did. Yeah, I agree with that.
Are you actually going to attempt to debate that?
In comparison to the years that he's had prior, I would argue, yes, he's had a fantastic year. I mean, yes, that is objectively true.
I think he had a good year.
Ye definitely.
Good year. I can take good year.
Definitely had good.
That's a fair word.
I'll say great year. I think he had a great year.
Now we're getting into the fucking semantics.
Maybe,
Okay.
maybe you feel like I'm overblowing with fantastic. All right, I'll reduce it to he had a great year. He did have a great year.
I think
I can co-sign that.
I think my concern is just it still felt carried by the chamber to me. I mean, he did play great in the stage 1 playoffs as well, but so did the rest of EG, and that was just a flash in the pan. But I'm just a bit concerned that it was only on the chamber where he looked great, and then I guess he had some like good Clove
He
and
had
a bit
some
of
great
good Jet.
Clove games on Lotus, and he had some great Jet games as well. Yeah.
But that's what he's there to do. Right? That's like he's on the team. They know his strengths and his weaknesses. So he's there and they put him in a position where he can, do good. And he did good. So I agree with Wyatt.
Good. Yeah. All right.
Derek was really solid in stage 2 as well. Derek played
the bald man's
solid
a hater. A hater, dude. Look at the face. Look at him. He's just so hateful. My God, someone called Charlie Murphy and the player haters ball over here. My God.
Josh, are you okay?
I want to do predictions. Let's move to predictions. I want to talk about, because the problem is I'm so positive about Americas right now, if I just forget that EG ever existed. So I'd like to stay in my positive little world of being really excited about the matches that are coming up.
Okay.
Let's look at last week's match first of all. We have the viewer report card. We must assess our viewers for this week. LEVIATAN played against Cloud9. 61% of you thought Lev was going to win. You got every prediction wrong this week, you stupid fox Timmies. What's your grade? You failed. You failed. You 0 and 3, an F minus.
Oh no!
They don't even deserve a sticker.
You got one of them wrong after the match had already been played, motherfuckers, and you got the pred wrong. Go home. It's unbelievable.
You're drunk.
Okay. But you can redeem yourself by predicting the Americas match of the week better.
I think what we're going to do this week is I'm going to put, you guys can pred who you think's going to win Americas and EMEA and Pacific.
Ooh, nice. Okay, that's a more difficult one as well. That's a more difficult one. But let's start with the upper bracket game, which is in America's Sentinels playing against G2. And only GB going for G2. I'm glad that this wasn't a guarantee though, because that would have been wrong. Like that would have been just.
I'm going to be very transparent with every single person that is watching this program. I pick G2 no matter what. They're my boys.
Okay.
Valen's my boy. So I just pick G2 even if I'm unsure of myself. But you know what makes me sure? Valen and my friendship with Valen.
Valen's playing amazing.
Okay. No, but honestly,
He don't know you like that though, little bro.
I do. I do actually believe in G2 in this game. It's just this is going to be a fantastic match. I'm very excited for it. Very excited.
I have something to say.
Okay.
This is a message for Rob Moore. I know that you're wondering where is the Keyboard plushie because you asked me before. I still don't have it, but you can ignore. Did
he not send it to you? Is he supposed to?
Are you asking for free shit?
No, I'm not. I have a Keyboard that I stole. But I have a keyboard. And
Girl, we don't say that on the internet,
what
though.
Do you mean stole?
That's theft, you know?
Okay, Andrew gave it to me, and then I just kept it. And then I gave it to Kesnet. He's borrowing it, and I haven't been able to get it back. But Rob Moore, last time we were doing Plat Chat, was asking me, where the hell is Keyboard, and why do you only have a G2 plushie in the background? So I just had to explain this. We can move on.
That's the generational beef Rob Moore's got with G2.
Yeah, what is it? What do you mean borrow?
Like he just wanted.
Was he performing fucking rituals on it before the playoffs?
Maybe, I don't know. He said, "Hey, can I borrow it?" Yeah, you can.
People borrow like a drill or like a step ladder or something. Like, what are you borrowing Qbert for? It doesn't have utility.
and I'll be honest, if you're asking to borrow it, you got to start asking what they're doing with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on? Because I know Cubert's round and could be a little soft. Who knows? Who knows? Just throwing ideas out there. Throwing ideas.
What does that mean?
No.
I'm just saying, we got to start asking questions.
No, we don't.
Make sure that Cubert's clean when he
We simply don't need to ask any
one has to ask.
questions.
Make sure Cubert's clean.
I've got no questions, bro.
Use protection, kids.
And I need no answer. What the?
Cumbert.
Jesus Christ.
No way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next match.
Next match.
God,
Lower
next
bracket.
match. I love fucking this
Next
shit up.
match.
Is
Next
NRG
match.
versus Cloud9. And we're split exactly 50-50. Wow.
Yeah, suck it, nerds.
You were saying, okay, GB, you were saying you still don't get it. Cloud9, did they deserve that? Was it the other team?
I'm asking, okay, firstly, then, I'm a host, okay? And hosts, we ask questions. You know, that's what we do. That's number one. Number two is that I said earlier that I did predict Cloud9. I was very transparent with it, okay? So just saying, but yeah, no, I believe in Cloud9. We talked about it. There's a lot to be excited for. I don't think it's going to be like a 2-0, you know, like I don't think this is going to be what happened in the 100 Thieves game. Like I don't think you're in the Lev game. Like I don't think any of that's going to happen. I think we are in store for 2 matches that are going to be very good, very close, and we're going to be working that day for a very long time.
Well,
so get your ass ready.
Sick day of Valorant, though.
Kurt,
Yeah,
change my
sick
prediction.
day.
Valorant.
Change my prediction. Change
What?
my prediction.
Because Goldenboy agreed with you, you've given up.
Nah. That see, that's messed up. That's wrong.
Well,
Damn, bro.
I thought I could maybe. No, you know, it's fine.
Nope.
I do think Energy is the
Unbelievable.
is the better, more structured team. I just feel like Cloud9 is great at getting momentum and then
What is this
winning in
shit?
the weird, unique ways. And I think it should be a close match. But if I am more confident in a team, it is definitely Energy. I
That's
put Cloud9
crazy.
because I like Cloud9. They're cool.
You're allowed to keep it as Cloud9 then, because you like.
So you want to swap
She
back?
literally did it because of me. She did it because
Bro.
of me. Unbelievable.
Not everything's about you, GB. Jesus Christ, the ego on this guy.
Yeah, once again.
She said the words. She said Cloud9. I'm gonna go with NRG. Did she not say that?
Okay, it's hard. It's hard. I don't know what to
I'm
do.
tripping. I'm tripping right now.
One team, I think it's actually better. The other team, I just think it's great.
Like,
That's
first of all-
lovely.
Okay.
Well, then we've set up for a great day of Valorant. I think that's the big takeaway here. America's final
Wow.
week is going to be banging. It's going to
Great
be
Valorant
fun.
games.
Great Valorant games
Amazing.
coming up.
Amazing.
That ends it for America's. But before we end, the most important segment every week is Wyatt's Weekly Award.
Ooh, shiny. Shiny award. It's the shiny award time. Woohoo! It's the God's Very Good Great Gamer Award. It looks like me.
I wonder who that is.
Love that we still have these intros from a defunct organization promo.
Oh, that's great.
I've got a couple options, honestly.
Like a fever dream.
And I'm struggling. I'm just struggling to pick. I'm struggling to pick, you guys. Should I give it to a Valorant player, Josh?
Oh, for God's sake.
Or should I give it to an Overwatch player?
Don't give it to an Overwatch player. What the hell are you talking about?
What do you
No,
mean?
Sell us. Who is the Overwatch player?
Who's the Overwatch player? It's Luka Doncic.
No,
Do you
for
think
God's sake.
No.
What? What, Josh?
Oh.
All right, so you want me to give it to a Valorant player?
He's
I
gonna
would
name
like
another
you to give
basketball
it to a
player, isn't he?
Valorant player, yes.
Okay, all right, then I will. I'm gonna give
Okay.
it this.
Are you?
I'm gonna, yeah. I'm going to give it. Guys, I feel like there's a lot of pressure on.
You set it up yourself. You've only set yourself up for failure.
No. This week, in my belief of NRG, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna give it to Ethan. I think he's got his fucking aura back. I'm liking what I'm seeing from NRG. In fact, I'm loving what I'm seeing from NRG, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from Ethan as a player at the moment. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it to him. And honest to God, Valorant player, no fucking
Should've been the
funny
Overwatch player.
business.
No,
All right, want me to give it to Luka?
No,
I mean,
don't give it to Luka.
He just got he's in Overwatch now, so that's why I was gonna get. Did you see that, Josh? Are you gonna play as Luka Doncic?
What
Wait, what?
Luka
Wait, you
Doncic
can play as Luka in Overwatch?
Yes, this is you guys don't. All right, y'all aren't paying attention to what's going on in the world around you, but
No,
yes.
for the best, honestly.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Are you not going to earn exclusive Luka awards?
I mean, I knew that he played. I knew that he was good at the game. I just didn't know that
Okay, so he
had
was in
got,
an
like,
ad
official
for
tie-in.
Overwatch. He was in an ad for Overwatch.
He's going to be. He has. Okay, there are going to be exclusive Luka awards, and you can try out his stadium build. He's in the game of Overwatch.
That is nuts. That is nuts. That's something that. Yeah,
All right,
that's
so
a
should he
very
get
weird
it?
thing for them to, no, he fucking shouldn't.
No.
No. By the way, also, just want to peel back the curtain slightly. As we were leaving the studio this week, Wyatt accepted $20 for a random fan to get the award.
I didn't.
And then Wyatt hasn't even given him the award. So he's
Exactly.
just scamming fans for the
Exactly.
award.
And you know what that is, Josh? Integrity. I will not tarnish the sanctity of the award for money.
You took his money, though, right?
Yes.
No, that's good. Good shit. Let's go.
I took that money, and I spent it.
We lie, we cheat, we steal. That's what we do. That's what we do, Papa.
It's called integrity.
Get us gone. I mean, the highest integrity podcast out there. W scammers.
Scammers.
Hell yeah.
Great 5-hour episode, everybody.
Yeah,
nailed it.
Congrats. Pat on the back.
Really good 5-hour episode, everyone.
We did it. Well, 6 hours next week. 6 hours next week. So I'll see you back here, same time, everybody, and we'll all get oiled up together. Fucking get us gone. Get us out of here. Get us out of here.